All righty, let's start again. Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, November 7th, 2024, and the time is now 2:11 p.m. We are in the Building and Safety Board room at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyras Mason, and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmby, Lim, and Nash. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded, therefore we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, please press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The Commission Executive Assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6:00 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate. Again, please turn off your cell phones or place them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are on to item number 1, which is a report from the executive director. Ms. Garakian, is there a report?
I do not have a report today, but I will have a report for you on November 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garakian. I am now going to take item 6 out of order to allow for public comment. before any items which may have a commission action. Item number 6, we will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you're listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Daniel Sosa, are you giving public comment?
Yes.
Okay, you may approach.
Greetings, commissioners. I'm speaking
Please.
because
Gotta state your name. For
my
the
name is
record,
Daniel Sosa.
and then she's gonna turn on the green light and that times you. It's right here.
What items are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on general public comment.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm speaking because I'm having a really tough time getting DCR to respond to my emails regarding my application status. My understanding is that DCR should be processing our application as a temporary rather than an annual application. Under temporary approval, DCR must issue the LCU within 7 days of the determination that the temporary approval is complete. I had my inspection on October 1st, 38 days ago. On October 24th, 14 days ago, I alerted DCR to what I believe the issue is, that they're processing my application incorrectly as an annual. I've sent multiple emails and made multiple phone calls and even visited the office. No one's answering my question or even getting back to me about scheduling a meeting or a call. We are a social equity business. We are paying rent. We have hired employees. We have had to push back our open date twice now because I can't get DCR to respond or even acknowledge my communication with them. This is unacceptable, and all I'm asking for is a response or an
Thank
explanation.
you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Suffolk. Please state your name for the record and the agenda item or items you're speaking on, and she will advise you of your time.
Sure. My name is Kyle Suffolk. I'm speaking on item 11.
You have 1 minute.
Great. This location is cited at 4545 Tolan Way. I'm sorry, that is the sensitive use that this location is within 700 feet of. This is a retail dispensary. It is within 700 feet of an elementary school. The code is very clear. An elementary school counts as a school. That's a sensitive use. It must be 700 feet away from either the property line or the closest building under the control of the school. No matter how you measure, it's about 690 feet. So if you guys approve this application today, you're basically approving an application that is not compliant with the municipal code. Thanks.
Thank you. Travis Miller. And I am not alternating, so we'll go to the feed next.
Hello, DCR staff. My name is Travis Miller. I'm speaking in regards to GOAT Global Core Record number 310212.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
First of all, I want to say thank you to staff. I know you guys have a lot going on and this is a really complex process. So thank you for all you guys do. I would like to speak on behalf of GOAT Global, well, really just for recommending their approval of their annual license. This is a really clean location. I don't know if you guys have been to it or driven by it, but it's probably one of the better ones in the city of Los Angeles. They really do take pride in keeping their direct corner very clean, right? They even bought a really expensive trash can that they like to wheel out every day and wheel back in. And they're also really, they really do take pride in providing like the best service and the best they possibly can for all their consumers. Obviously have great security, and I would really just appreciate if you guys approve them for their annual approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take the next 3 public comments from the feed since I did not alternate, if there are 3 callers present there.
Phone number ending in 3413. Please state your name and the items you are speaking on today.
Hi, my name is Zachary Smith. I am speaking on item number 11 for the Nordhoff Company, 4515 York Boulevard, as a business location. I'm calling against this license
have 1
as
minute.
it is within 700 feet of a school. I just wanted to point to the letter that the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council provided on August 28th that shows a mapping that this location is within 700 feet of a school. And I want to reiterate the importance of the safety of this neighborhood. This is a multi-generational neighborhood where our kids and our grandkids would like to be able to go to this school safely and beyond. And I just want to reiterate how unsafe we feel with this location as it exists within 700 feet of a school. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone wishes to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Phone number ending in 0603. Please state your name and the items you are speaking on today.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello. Okay, good. My name is Bonita Weaving Earth, and I'm calling on behalf of Goat Global. I live at 2254 Midvale Avenue, and I am directly behind Goat Global. I consider them to be a very good neighbor. They're taking very good care of their property. They're always asking me if everything is okay. I never hear loud noises from them. Everybody who is there is very kind and courteous, and they have security there all the time. They'll come out and pick any trash up or if anybody leaves anything. So I'm very much in favor of them staying there. I enjoy the fact that there are people walking on the street to come to the store, and it's very brightly lit. So it just sort of adds to the sort of revitalization of the neighborhood. And that's the end of my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Mason, there are no raised hands in the queue.
Okay, thank you so much. We will return to the in-person public comments. And that brings us to Alan Chan.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Chan. I'm speaking about the item 11, application number 310116.
You have 1 minute.
I want to voice my strong opposition of this application. I'm also a voter of Karen Bass in supporting her mayorship. But I'm being very disappointed about how this narrative about the 700 feet buffer zone has been going. It's completely ignored, and you can see that it's not on the agenda. The Neighborhood Council of Eagle Rock unanimously opposed this application on August 19th, and that was the only time the Nordhoff Company actually sent a representative via Zoom to talk about this. They have never reached out to us until I received this letter on October 3rd. The tone of this letter is clearly one word: arrogance. They said they were assimilating to our community. In my opinion, this is an invasion of our community. our neighborhood is changing rapidly, and with 3 cannabis store within the 7-block radius, it's very interesting. I guess this is something that all the commissioner maybe want to experience, but
Thank you. Your time
I'm
is
sorry,
up.
this is getting approved. Thank
Thank you. Anyone on the queue?
There are no raised hands in the queue.
Okay. Jay Handel.
Good afternoon, commissioners, staff. My name is Jay Handel. I represent the Urba Group and for LA, the Urba Group. Basically on number 2, bullet point 2, I would ask that the commission,
You have 1 minute.
oh, thank you, sorry. I ask that the commission consider adding criminalization to the landlords who are renting to all of these illegal shops. Enough is enough. The city attorney is not doing their job. We've had 1 criminal prosecution on trap shops on landlords. Landlords are proliferating. As chair of the budget committee for the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, we're losing over $100 million a year in fees for this city. This city, which is now about $300 million in deficit this year, and as much as $700 million next year. I urge you to ask the city council and the city attorney to adopt putting the landlords who illegally rent to illegal shops in criminalization as well. Thank you.
Any callers on the queue?
There are no callers in the queue. Would you like me to make an announcement?
Please. Thank you.
If you wish to speak, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands in the queue, President Mason.
Okay, thank you. Then general public comment and single and multiple agenda items is now closed. We are on to item number 2, consideration of 2 proposed communications to City Council. Regarding the first of the 2 letters in this item, I'd like to continue this commission's consideration of a possible letter to City Council detailing the need for continued funding for department's social equity program in the fiscal year 25-26 until after the mayor's budget proposal is released in late November. Therefore, I'm going to move to continue this conversation to the CRC meeting of December 5th, 2024. Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving to the second item, this concerns a possible letter from this commission to City Council regarding a proposed amendment to the municipal code that would limit criminalization to the owners of unlicensed commercial cannabis activities and unlawful establishments, and it would remove criminalization of employees, contractors, agents, and volunteers. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to Vice President Nash to lead this discussion.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you. The commissioners should have in front of them, somewhere in their materials, a copy of LAMC 104.15, which is what we're discussing. There's been a request to amend this. And do you guys all have it in front of you?
Yes.
Yes.
And the proposed amendment is to delete the unlawfulness of an employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer's participation in an illegal dispensary. I think that's sending the exact wrong message. When we sit here meeting after meeting and hearing all of the complaints about the illegal dispensaries and how they are cutting the business of the legal dispensaries that comply with all of our rules, regulations, requirements, and at great expense do that and operate legally. And here we are proposing, or there is a proposed amendment to say that an employee can work at an illegal dispensary with impunity, with no penalty whatsoever. An illegal dispensary, because their expenses are so low and they don't have to deal with the regulations, they could even pay more. And it's not as if there are no other jobs out there in the cannabis industry. We've seen operator after operator say, we're looking to hire. And one of the reasons given for the proposed amendment of deleting the employee from this category of unlawful activity is the burden on the employee of having to determine whether or not the establishment they're working for is legal. And I think that burden is so low. It is literally logging onto and checking the DCR's website and determining whether or not it's legal. There's many other ways to tell. The fact that there's no security guard, there's no emblem, there's no cameras. There's a lot of other ways to tell, or ways that an employee should become suspicious. But I think the burden of simply having them determine whether or not the business they're planning on working for is legal or not should be first and foremost on their mind, and it's very easy to determine. So I'm proposing that a letter is written and by the department and sent to council's office with some of the comments that I've made and any other comments that the commissioners have, suggesting that it is absolutely sending the wrong message to make it completely legal for an employee to work at an illegal dispensary. And I'll open up the conversation to anybody who wants to add any comments.
This is Commissioner Lim. In addition, everyone's going to say they're employees. Who determine who's the owner and who's an employee? So we cite someone, everyone's going to say they're an employee. The owner of these illegal dispensaries, the owner is somebody that nobody knows or out of reach. Everyone is going to claim they're employees. And how do you make that determination? So the only way to do it is, I agree, we send a message saying that we cannot tolerate illegal dispensaries, and down the chain, if you are especially a repeat offender on something like this, they should be charged.
Commissioner Farby, I agree.
This Vice President Ash, I did want to add one thing. In reading some of the council file, it talked about the employees and the punishment. It really didn't talk about punishment. It talked about them arrested and having records and things like that. And I did want to note for the record that for an employee who's charged under Municipal Code 104.15, they can be subject to the city's administrative citation enforcement program. And I'm going to read a little tiny bit from that program and what it is. The Administrative Citation Enforcement Program, called the ACE program, under the umbrella of the Outreach and Restorative Justice Division, is a non-criminal approach to nuisance abatement and quality of life offenses, using fines instead of arrest, incarceration, and criminal records for people who violate the Los Angeles Municipal Code. So if they participate in that program, they won't even have a record, and they'll have a relatively small fine. And which can even be deferred, or I believe even waived if they prove that they don't have the financial capacity to pay it. So I don't want to put employees in jail for working for an illegal dispensary, but I do not want to give them any incentives to do it. And I certainly don't want to make it, they have them have illegal dispensaries be able to hire employees and have employees work there with impunity.
This is President Mason. Thank you, Vice President Nash, for the work you've put into this and for presenting this to us today. I struggle with the concept of impunity, and like my fellow commissioners, do believe that if you are involved in any way, shape, or form, there should be some sort of consequence tied to your involvement. I applaud the city. I find that the $1,000 fine is actually quite liberal, given that they don't pay excise taxes. They don't pay licensing fees to the city or the state. They don't pay any, they don't have any of the traditional costs of doing business that our traditional entrepreneurs have. So if anything, I'd say hike that up a little bit more. But aside from that, I do agree with the spirit of what has been presented here today, in that everyone is punishable.
Any other comments by the commissioners? All right, this Vice President Nash again. I move to direct the commission executive assistant to draft a letter from this commission to the city council expressing our disagreement with the proposed amendment to LAMC 104.15, and specifically the deletion of the employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer from the language of what is unlawful. And I would like to stress that deleting an employee, especially from this unlawful and punishable activity, would be sending the exact wrong message to illegal operators. And it would be providing great assistance to illegal operators when we know that it's a huge problem in the city of Los Angeles. And we are beginning to try to do everything we can to stop them. And this would be one way to make it more difficult for them to operate. And I would like a comment on the very, very small burden on an employee to determine whether or not a business they're planning on working for is legal or illegal. And that is all they have to do is go on the DCR website. And further, that the punishment to the employees as outlined in the ordinance is very minor, with opportunities to have alternative programs that apparently won't even result in having a criminal record. Is there a second?
This is President Mason. I second.
I was about to say that's a long.
Oh, will you please call the roll?
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 3 is a report from the Los Angeles Police Department. Commissioners, I've been advised they are unable to join us this afternoon, so this item will be moved to a future agenda contingent upon their availability. So item number 4 is commission business. We have the election of officers, and I am going to move to continue the election of officers to the meeting of December 5th, 2024, to allow for all commissioners to participate in the vote. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Farnby, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you, and our future meeting dates are there. Please take a look and advise of any planned absences. This is President Mason. I will be present on January 16th. Hearing no planned absences, we will move on to the next item, which is the approval of the minutes. We were sent the minutes of the October 24th, 2024 meeting for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Commissioner Farmy. I will make a motion to approve the minutes from the 24th of October.
Is there a second?
This Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Abstain.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements and updates? Hearing none, moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Hearing none, we are on to item 5, Neighborhood Council presentation. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We are on to item 7, DCR Core Record Number 310192. The applicant is Neighborhood Healings LLC. The recommendation is to receive and file, and no action is necessary. So this matter is therefore received and filed. Item number 8, DCR Core Record Number 310051. The applicant is 19841 Ventura LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of January 16, 2024. May I please have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding item number 8, DCR Core Record Number 310051 for the applicant operating the business located at 19841 Ventura. There appears to be a typo on here. I think the address is 19841 Ventura Boulevard.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. It appears that the business premises is at a number of addresses, so it's consecutive addresses. So it would read 19841 to 19845 West Ventura Boulevard.
Okay. And I move that this be continued to the meeting of January 16, 2024.
This is President Mason. I second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item number 9, DCR Core Record Number 310212. Applicant is Westwood World LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2299 South Westwood Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
President Mason, there is a raised hand in the queue.
You
can
may
check.
verify.
There's actually 2 raised hands in the queue. I will verify with each of them.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 3413. Please state your name and whether you're with the neighborhood council or an elected office.
I'm sorry, I think I raised my hand too soon. I'm representing the neighborhood council for item 11.
Yes, we are on item 9, so I'm gonna
Yes,
mute you
my apologies.
for the time being. No worries. Phone number ending in 31. Phone number ending in 1067. Please state your name and whether you are with a neighborhood council.
Hi, this is Jennifer Torres, Planning Deputy for CD5.
You have 10 minutes.
Great. So I'd just
Sorry,
like
Jennifer,
to read a
one-
letter on. Go ahead.
You actually have no limit. You may proceed.
Okay. So hi, commissioners. I'd just like to read a letter on behalf of the councilwoman. This was sent over to the email yesterday, November 6, 2024. So I'll be reading that aloud. Commissioners, I am writing to express my concerns and those of the neighbors and communities regarding item number 9 on the November 7th, 2024 agenda. The applicant Westwood World LLC, located at 2299 South Westwood Boulevard, is seeking renewal of their annual license. Our office feels it is important to communicate the concerns we have received about this location. This establishment has raised several issues within the community. These include its failure to attend a scheduled meeting with the West Side Neighborhood Council despite being added to the agenda after the applicant's representative offered to participate. Additionally, there have been reports of party activities occurring on 4 separate occasions since August 2023, which have likely contributed to disturbances in the area. There have also been allegations of the property being involved in damaging a tree in front of the building and displaying illegal street signage. These concerns suggest a pattern of neglect and noncompliance with community standards. The West Side Neighborhood Council has informed us that they emailed a letter to the commission, and it is dated October 30th, 2024. We respectfully request that their letter be taken into consideration when deciding whether to grant the renewal of this annual license. Respectfully, Katie Yaroslawski. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you. We will now move on to the, commissioners, are there any questions for the elected office representative? Is she still on the line? She should be.
Hi, commissioners. Yes, I'm still on the line.
Hi, Ms. Torres. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. This is President Mason. Question for you. I'm curious to know if you or anyone from your staff has visited this location and interacted with the owner operators in any way, shape, or form, and what your observations were, if you have, and the outcome of any interactions.
Yeah, we have not been able to reach out to the representative yet, but we were made aware of these concerns just earlier this week or sometime last week. So we haven't had ample time to be able to do that. But we do think that we should communicate and relay the concerns to this commission for the consideration.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions for her. Okay, hearing none from the other commissioners, we will now move to the department presentation.
Good afternoon. This is Senior Analyst Cassandra Marcotte. I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310212 is associated with Westwood World LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2299 South Westwood Boulevard in the West Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 5. DCR did not make a recommendation for this application to the Commission for the originally scheduled hearing date of August 15, 2024, due to a recently issued notice to correct from the department in order to give the applicant time to address the documented violations. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 30, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000928-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through January 18, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. Two virtual community meetings were held, one on July 5th and a second on July 11th of this year. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written testimonies provided by the public were in favor of the application and gave general support. One community member expressed concern about the odor emitting from the business. Another community member complained about the noise and loitering around the business, as well as an illegal lounge located above the dispensary. A compliance inspection was conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Supervisor of a Compliance and Enforcement Division. And this is in regards to 2299 South Westwood Boulevard. There was a compliance inspection that was conducted on May 15th, 2024. A notice to correct was issued on July 31st, 2024, with the deadline of September 1st, 2024. During the compliance inspection, there were 2 deficiencies that were identified. The first deficiency was the premises diagram did not match what was submitted to DCR. So they were required to submit a modification to the record to identify, but pretty much what was identified, there was a wall that was no longer there, just an interior wall on an office. So they just needed to submit that mod to DCR, which they have. They submitted the modification and they were invoiced for this mod on October 30th, 2024. So that mod review is pending. The second item was the delivery vehicle for the delivery activity was not registered. Since then, they did submit the ENF 3003 form and received their delivery vehicle placards. So they did meet that requirement. The first requirement is pending, given their submittal of a modification to the department. And did you guys have any questions in regards to anything else related to this location?
This is Vice President Nash. I'm sorry, what did you say regarding the second deficiency?
So the second deficiency was their delivery vehicles were not registered with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. So just given a form identifying what vehicle is being used for the delivery activity, along with the license plate, the make and model. So once they do that, we send them out a vehicle placard. This way they're identified should they get pulled over, anything of that from some other local agency or police department.
And has that been taken care of yet?
Yes, that has been taken care of. They've been provided with the vehicle placard.
This is Commissioner Lim. Do you know whether this facility, the second floor, is part of the facility where the licensed cannabis is located at?
So in review of the business premises diagram, the retail activity is located on the first floor. The second floor is separate from the retail activity, and the second floor consists of 2 residential units and a coffee shop, separate from the retail activity.
This Commissioner Lim, do we confirm that the second floor is a different business and is not related or affiliated with the retail cannabis?
That is correct. In review of the premises diagram modification, the premises diagram, it only identifies the first floor as the retail activity, not associated with any premises located at the second floor, which is the 2 units and the coffee shop.
And this Commissioner Lim, in the property diagram that was submitted, is there access between getting from the first floor to the second floor, or is that completely blocked?
From what I understand, the business premises diagram from the first floor, there's no interior access to the second floor. The access is from a common area, which is from the rear and the side of the property to access the residential units above and the coffee shop at the second floor.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. Have there been any complaints against this applicant?
Yes, there has been complaints starting back in November of 2023. And
what were the complaints?
The complaints were related to the coffee shop up above and events.
Can you elaborate? This is
Yes.
President Mason. Can you elaborate on the complaint regarding the coffee shop?
So the coffee shop was in regards to the retail having a consumption lounge. So in review of the complaints, the coffee shop is separate from the retail activity. So that coffee shop is not part of that retail activity. As a result of the complaints, what DCR enforcement did is we did reach out to the applicant or the operator and gave them a cease and desist letter just to inform them of the municipal code in regards to prohibited activities such as events, participating in any types of lounges or anything of that nature, just to inform them that these are the risks that pose should you participate in any of these activities. But during the investigation, it did identify that these are 2 separate businesses.
This Commissioner Lim, so the reason why in your report, there's no incidents of any complaints against the applicant was because these complaints was addressed to the coffee shop that was upstairs, which is supposedly not related to the retail applicant.
Oh, I do apologize. We should have had a summary during this, for this commission meeting. The first summary wasn't presented because I believe it was continued to today. For some reason, we didn't get the summary out there, but the summary would have reflected that there were some complaints at this property, and we would have had the same type of presentation and narrative.
This Commissioner Lim, if you receive reports or go through internet or somehow find out that the upstairs is having lounges and consuming cannabis, what is the policies and procedures of the enforcement department?
Yeah, so we would investigate all complaints that come through the portal or via email or any type of other means. We'll take a look at the evidence to see if there's any association with the record. If there's no association or it's not within the retail space, we may have to refer that to the appropriate agencies such as LEDPS or LAPD.
So this Commissioner Lim, we received quite a bit of evidence that the second floor was being used to consume cannabis, and was showing pictures of on the internet of these parties and promotions, charging fees up to $20 to $200 to enter this area. So and since we become aware of it, do you recommend that you should investigate this then, or what is your recommendation?
Jason Killeen, Assistant Executive Director. So there's a couple of things at play. Our Compliance and Enforcement Division has been out to the business premises and inspected the business premises. We found the two compliance-related issues that the applicant has addressed. Separately, there are two residential units and a coffee shop, and those are not part of the business premises address. Based on the publicly available information, they're unrelated to the tenant on the first floor, which is our licensee. Evidence has been submitted, and it has been forwarded to the Los Angeles Police Department for them to investigate. If it turns out that the investigation, the owners of the coffee shop are the same as the owners of the commercial cannabis business, and they're cited for unlicensed commercial cannabis activity for whatever happens in the coffee shop, then that would be grounds to taking action against the owners as it relates to the applications that's before you. But that would be something that would have to happen at some future state because we have no oversight over those unlicensed cannabis activity.
This is Vice President Nash. The applicant's name on our records is Westwood World LLC. Do they operate under a DBA?
Yes, I believe they operate under GOAT Global.
Global?
Is that GOAT?
Like global?
Yes, GOAT.
This is Vice President Nash again. Commissioner Lim referred to submissions that we've received. And I assume that the department has been privy to as well, that are advertising events at the GOAT Global compound. And it's not just one, it's multiple events and multiple evidence of these events with pictures of party taking place up there. And it may very well be that the upstairs is controlled by somebody other than the operators of Westwood World doing business as GOAT Global. But it's clear from what I see and have been provided that if they are separate, they're acting in concert together and they're breaking the law together. And I just don't see any other explanation there.
Commissioner Nash, if I can just give a chronology of the enforcement action that we took as an investigative team in response to all the complaints that came in November. We reviewed the evidence, and as a response, we did reach out to the operator. We gave a cease and desist letter informing them of the risks that go with prohibited activities. In addition to that, our team did go out to the community and did a canvassing of all the neighboring and adjacent property owners. They reached out to all the property owners and provided their own email addresses and contact information should any current events or parties or any violations should occur, that they can personally reach out to my investigative team, my enforcement officers, and provide them with evidence and dates And then at that point, we can reach out to the operator and ask for video surveillance cameras so we can obtain evidence, so we can pursue with a notice of violation. So since our outreach and reach and communication with the operator, at that point, we haven't received any new evidence of any parties or anything of that nature. Additionally, we did over the Labor Day weekend, I believe sometime in August, there was a flyer out there as well, advertising a Labor Day event. So in response to that, since it was in the future, we personally reached out to the operator again and informed them of prohibited activities. And with that communication, we informed them that there should not be any food, beverages, events, parties at the operating license retail spot. And as a result, we did not receive any complaints from any neighbors, any contact from any neighbors. And since our outreach to this operator, we have not received any additional complaints to our department. However, if a complaint does come in, like any other complaint through the portal, email, or any type of communication, we will investigate it just like any other complaint that comes in. And should there be any violations, then it may pose a risk for a notice of violation and pose a risk to their application status.
This is Commissioner Lim. Are you saying that there was a fire at the GOAT Global compound?
Oh, I apologize. Flyer, yeah, an event flyer, not a fire.
Oh, flyer.
F-L-I-E-R.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. That explains the look on the face. I apologize. So, yeah, there was an event flyer advertising a Labor Day sales event.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions for staff? Okay, then stay around. At this time, we will hear from the applicant's representatives.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Caripes. Here to speak on agenda number 9, record number 310212.
You have 10 minutes.
I'm the proud social equity license holder and 51% owner of Westwood World LLC, operating under the name of GOAT Global. I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Department of Cannabis Regulation and the Commission for providing us the opportunity to operate a retail cannabis license in the vibrant city of Los Angeles. The support we received, particularly the access to pro bono legal fees and grants, in addition to waivers, fees, along with taxes, have greatly provided invaluable to our pursuit. As we look ahead, we're eager to cultivate a lasting relationship with the city of Los Angeles and the Department of Cannabis Regulations and the neighborhood. And the community we serve. I deeply appreciate the chance to speak today at the hearing and look forward to contributing positively to the growth and success of our community.
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Shaker, speaking on behalf of Go Global. Good afternoon, commissioners, commission president, executive director, and city staff. My name is Danny Shaker. I am one of the owners of Westwood World LLC, doing business as Go Global. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the commission and the DCR staff for giving us an opportunity to speak at this hearing today. Go Global proudly opened its doors in November 2022, and we are located at 2299 Westwood Boulevard, a neighborhood I grew up in. We are fortunate to be part of an incredible community and have worked hard to cultivate strong relationships with our neighbors. We've taken the lead on keeping our neighborhood clean, regularly picking up trash, and ensuring that our security team not only watches over our facility, but also looks out for the well-being of those around us. We are a boutique and curated cannabis dispensary with focus and specialty in quality control, product curation, highest form of customer service, fully trained and knowledgeable staff, and a welcoming and experiential environment. The feedback from our customers and community has been great, indicated by a full 5-star rating on both Google and Weed Maps with over 2,000 reviews. I am also pleased to share that Go Global is current on all city and state taxes. Additionally, we are committed to the well-being of our employees, offering comprehensive health insurance, including dental and vision, competitive wages, and a robust mentorship program. We are excited about the future and look forward to building a long-lasting relationship with the community and city of Los Angeles. Thank you. And if I may counter some of the comments that were made earlier, is that okay?
You may.
Thank you. In regards to the residential units above, there's residential tenants that live in them that have nothing to do with us. They're in their mid to late 20s. They also have events. The neighbor directly adjacent to us, to the north, they've had several events where the neighborhood has reached out to us. We understand we're a cannabis business, so we get the finger pointed at us first, but we've facilitated phone numbers and communication with the neighbors who were having the events. And there was never a time, I think you mentioned something about fees being charged to attend events. There's no proof of that. There's no flyers with such anything like that. You know, we're out here trying to win hearts, and we've won a majority of the community's hearts, but apparently we can't win everyone's hearts. And, you know, Reefer Madness is still alive and real. And whatever happens on that block, which is pretty active now with a new barbershop moving in. Since we moved in, we've had a bunch of new stores come around us. And, you know, whatever happens there, we get the finger pointed at us, and we're okay with that. We understand what industry we're in, but I just want it to be a fair process. You know, there's going to be a small group of loud, active people who are not happy with us, who are going to make the biggest noise, but a majority of the community loves us, and we are in full compliance. If there's any questions for us.
Hi, thank you. This is President Mason. To your point, there have been some comments in favor of your entity, but we do have this letter from Councilmember Yaroslavsky, and we do have commentary from the Neighborhood Council about a reversal of your participation at that meeting. Can you talk more about that?
Absolutely. I sent an email back in September notifying them after we emailed them initially. The email address that you guys provided to us was incorrect. So one of the board members came into our business, introduced herself, Joanne Dorfman, left her phone number. I called her back. She said, we're having something in September and then a meeting in October. I sent in an email saying, I can't do September, but I could do October. Please confirm. I didn't get an email back from them until the weekend of, which was 3-4 weeks later, like on a Saturday or on a Sunday. I got an email, but I didn't see it until Monday, which was the hearing date. So I didn't cancel it. I just missed it because I didn't check my I take full responsibility. I should have been more on top of it, but I never got a confirmation. And there's email documentation proving that when I sent the email, I didn't get another email back from them literally a day or two before the actual hearing saying that I was on the agenda. And that's
Okay.
why I missed it. And then I called back Joanne Dorfman. I told her, hey, I'm really sorry. This is not something we do. If I can get on the next one. And she said, okay.
Okay, so you are scheduled to be before
Again,
them at their next meeting.
I don't know if I'm confirmed yet. We've sent an email and phone call, but I still haven't received anything back. It's not timely, so I haven't received anything back.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Vice President Nash. Do you maintain a Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
I've got a screenshot of a post that appears to be coming from Global Westwood.
Yes, sir.
About a function that was happening on August 25th, featuring an influencer by the name of Kazumi.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
Was there an event at either upstairs or downstairs featuring Kazumi?
Yes, sir. We had a in-store meet and greet with her. And then The event ended at 9 and a few of us stayed back and we just hung out. It was not open to the public. There was nothing like that happening. But if you look at the pictures, most of the stuff is from the store where, customers were lined up. They had to buy some product and then they got to meet her and took a picture with her.
So you're saying that was in the actual dispensary, not upstairs?
Yes, sir.
I think that would be a violation of the regulations right there, though, having that type of event.
There are meet and greets happening across dispensaries across the city of LA and California. We were not aware that that was a violation to promote a celebrity coming to the store to drive traffic to the store. And we apologize if that was. And
have you seen any cannabis related events going on upstairs?
No, sir.
Never?
No, sir.
You're not aware of that happening at all?
No cannabis related events related to the store or the business or anything like that.
I
There are
understand
people
that.
who live upstairs who have gatherings and parties and, they are our customers. They come downstairs, they shop, and then they go upstairs. Our neighbors from the block come and shop and they go upstairs. So there are residential tenants who lives upstairs. We have nothing to do with them. They are, not family, no, not friends. We don't know them. They live upstairs.
Do you know who leases, not the owner, not the landlord, but who the tenant of the upstairs properties are?
Yeah, I know I met them when they moved in.
Do you know their names?
I can look it up for you.
And how is it that you're able to look it up?
I have their phone number. There are tenants. I have everyone's,
So you've had some interaction with them?
I'm the community liaison, so I have, everyone who's adjacent to us, the neighbors, the people upstairs, the barber shop, the, business next door. We all have each other's phone numbers, so if anything happens, we call each other.
Have you ever reported any of the cannabis activity that's going on upstairs to the police department or to the Department of Cannabis Regulation?
No, sir, we have not, but I know the community has. And we had a surprise inspection by the DCC last month as well. They spent a couple of hours at our facilities. They found nothing. They actually commended us on our operations and cleanliness and SOPs. We're really trying, to be, a compliant and successful business. We're trying to make the city proud. We're trying to make the social equity work. We don't like to brag, but I think this is an opportunity for us to brag. We're one of the best dispensaries in the entire state of California. And in my opinion, that means the world, because California is the leading cannabis state. Check out our reviews on Google. We have, close to 2,000 reviews with all 5 stars. We curate, we provide a really good service to the community. We have 25% of sales are to senior citizens. We're a shining, hopefully landmark one day on that corner. This is my neighborhood. I grew up here. I went to school down the street. I went to Santa Monica College. I went to Beverly Hills High School. I was raised here. I take pride in this store. When we first opened for the first 15 months, I spent 15 hours a day there, 16 hours a day there, making sure this got into the place it's gotten. And now Alex and I are, looking at other opportunities across the city and out of the city. Alex is from Minnesota, so we're applying for licenses in Minnesota now under the same name, hopefully.
What's the square footage of the dispensary?
About 4,000 square feet. And in regards to the entrance, there is no entrance from our store to the upstairs. It's not even a common area. I think that was the thing. So the entrance for the upstairs units is off of Tennessee, which is the side street. There's a stairwell that goes up. Our entrance is on Westwood, which is a double door retail storefront. There is no common area. It's a separate complete entrance. There's no, we don't even intersect at any point.
Have you ever been to the upstairs?
Yes.
And how large would you say that is?
There are 2 apartment units up there. Pretty much, I guess, the same size as the ground floor because it covers our footprint. So I would have to say about the same size.
This is Commissioner Lim. Besides the 2 retail residential tenants that live there, there's also a coffee shop?
No, there's no coffee shop. There is a additional 500 square foot space on the ground floor that's being used as storage.
But there's, this is Commissioner Lim again. looking at the picture of your facility, seems like there is an open patio on the upstairs second floor.
Right. That's the patio for one of the residential units. That's their balcony.
And have you heard the term global compound?
We were also awarded a license in the city of West Hollywood for consumption. If you actually look at our Instagram, we've thrown a couple of events at the West Hollywood campus as well. And we refer to that as our compound because it's 10,000 square feet on a 15,000 square feet parking lot. So we have a consumption lounge license there that we're moving forward with. And, you know, we called that the compound. Yes, sir.
So you want us to believe when you talk about the Go Global compound, you're now referring to the first one, the second floor that's upstairs, where there's parties, entry fees.
No, sir, there is no parties or entry fees for Go Global Westwood. This is Hollywood. We like to look bigger than we are on Instagram just to be cool and, you know, drive traffic, but we are not doing anything illegal.
And in the Instagram, you post that if you give us a positive review, you get a joint for free.
We say free, but it's 1 penny. We charge a penny for it, and that's legal.
Okay, and then you talk about being in the neighborhood, but when the community planted a tree there in front of your retail store, that tree died. You also put signs on the sidewalk, which is against the policy of advertising on the sidewalk.
Yes, sir. I'll address the tree question first. Since we've been there, we haven't seen a tree. We have pictures and videos dating back to that. So, and we also told Joanne Dorfman from the neighborhood council that we would gladly like to plant a tree, work with them and the city to plant a tree there, but we don't have too much information on that. In regards to the A-frame signs on the corner, on our block, there are 4 other businesses with A-frame signs and, you know, flags advertising barber shops. But again, we're the only ones getting the finger pointed at us. Throughout the city, a majority of retail stores have A-frame signs on the corner, on the street, flags for barber shops. But we understand if that's something we have to remove, we remove it. But, you know, we're in a very saturated area, competitive industry. You know, the black market is thriving. We pay all the taxes, so we can, you know, all the help we can get, we try to get by putting some marketing on the street. But if that's something we have to remove, then we'll remove it.
This is President Mason. Looking at your Instagram profile, the event that took place on January 14th, 2024. So it's a reel, and it starts off as saying Go Global Westwood. And there is a rooftop party happening. There's an indoor party happening. There's consumption happening. Looks like it's your 1-year anniversary party.
Not it now.
This is City Attorney Allison Pohl. I think we need to be extremely clear on what images and things that we are referencing.
So I am
for
looking at
the record.
Instagram. It's goatglobal.westwood account. And the post is dated January 14th, 2024. The caption reads 1-year anniversary times Go Global. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what about that?
Okay, so it depicts consumption on site.
We had there's a private residential unit upstairs. We asked the residents if we can hang out up there and shoot some video content for our Instagram, and they said yes, but it was private. It was not open to the public. It was not anything to do with the store.
Okay, so you do understand how that looks to the community and how that would cause complaints?
Yes, and ever since we were made aware of, you know, the neighborhood not being happy about that, we have not done anything else. Everything is just now inside the store. We promote major holidays by giving out discounts, but it's all inside the store now.
Thank you. I mean, and I'm sympathetic to the need to market in such a way as to attract customers and differentiate yourself. We just want to be sure you're compliant with the code when you do so. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
In the submission submitted by the West Side Neighborhood Council, they've included screenshots of an event advertised on everbright.com that is supposed to take place at Goat Global Compound.
Yep.
On November 11th, 2023. There's also a screenshot, and to be honest, it's not clear where it's coming from, but there's a quote from Danny Shaker, one of the partners at Goat Global, who's here with us today. And that quote talks about the event with Kazemi and indicates that it was like no other. And this is supposedly a quote from Mr. Shaker. Probably had over 1,000 people show up. It was like an adult carnival. We had snake tamers walking around with pythons around their neck, to a pop-up tattoo artist.
Where was this event though?
West Hollywood.
Okay, that's out of our jurisdiction.
A
If it was-
caricature artist, fire baton twirlers, and most importantly, good weed. Is that an accurate account of what happened at the Kazumi?
It might be a little bit exaggerated, but the event you're speaking of was in West Hollywood at our West Hollywood property campus.
That was at a different property that you operate?
We don't operate, we own the property, and we were issued a consumption lounge license from the city of West Hollywood. So we got a event permit from them to do a event there.
Was the quote that I said, was that actually came from you?
Maybe if it's there, then yes. If it's my
It's a
name,
pretty accurate description.
if
of what
if
the
it's
event-
my name, and again, it's Hollywood. We try to exaggerate a lot of things. We try to look cooler and bigger on Instagram. We're one store shop, but on Instagram and across the country, everyone thinks we're one of the biggest cannabis dispensaries out there, and that's our goal. We want to create a brand that we can transcend state lines with.
Where did that event take place?
If I'm thinking about the same event, it was in West Hollywood on November 11th, you said?
That was a different one. That was the Everbright advertisement, November 11, 2023. What about the Kazumi event?
The Kazumi event happened inside the store.
In your store?
Yes, sir. We have pictures of that. She took a corner of a store. We set up a chair, a booth. People were lined up. When they came in one by one and met with her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Mr. Farnby, Commissioner Farnby? Okay. Thank you. We will move to deliberations at this time.
Thank you guys for this opportunity.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. Based on what I've seen and heard, I think they're violating the regulations left and right and holding large events, including consumption. And it appears to me that there's also
Commissioner Nash, before you finish that thought, if we are discussing whether or not violations of the rules and regulations have occurred, we should clarify with the CED team.
I should clarify what?
We should, if we are going to allege that violations of the rules and regulations have occurred, then we should clarify whether an actual violation has occurred with the enforcement team, with the compliance and enforcement team.
And
Okay.
this is Commissioner Lim. Based upon the reports and notices and the complaints that's been lodged in front of us and addressing these issues with the applicants, And their explanation, which I personally find to be non-believable, and based upon that, especially when we asked about the failure to attend the meeting at the West Side Neighborhood Council, his response was, I found out about it too late. I asked to reschedule. It states here that they wanted to participate. It was on the agenda. And if it's on the agenda, they had notice of it, they didn't appear. That's just example number one. Example number two, the tree. It's clear that the neighborhood put a tree. He said he never saw the tree. He admitted that he had signs on the sidewalks that shouldn't be there. These are all the complaints set forth by the West Side Neighborhood Council and by the councilwoman. And I find that sufficient and the explanation that was provided by the applicant to be insufficient.
But
This is President Mason. I want to distinguish that the councilwoman's letter merely reiterates what the community has shared with their office. The councilwoman herself, Councilwoman Katie Yaroslavsky, has not expressed any complaints in her November 6th correspondence to the commission.
This is Commissioner Farmy. If I may, can I call up Rocky? Can you come up, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief, Compliance and Enforcement Division. Yes, I do understand there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of things that you apparently have looked at on the internet as we have. But I just wanted to maybe give you an overview, a summary. Yes, there has been multiple complaints. Mainly they were 220, the complaints were submitted back in 2023. We opened an investigation in May of this year. That's when we began the program basically this year. We treated this just like any other complaint, any other investigation. We could not ask, obviously, for evidence that we normally would request via surveillance recordings because the 90 days had already passed. But we did conduct a compliance inspection. Compliance inspection, as Hector reported to this body, basically just had two deficiencies, which are 90% complete. There is no access to the coffee shop. We did, and the reason why this was also continued before, it was an open investigation. We still didn't know if the consumption lounge was something that was currently operating. We were going back and forth. Our investigators went out and talked to different neighbors. We tried to get more evidence, photographs of something that was current. We weren't getting anything, any concrete evidence. So that's why we went ahead and sent a letter. It was preventive. It was trying to be proactive. And that is why we also followed up with a phone call and we talked to the operator, Hector did, explaining the regulations. Since we have been this involved with this location, we haven't received any new complaints. And it is based on that my division just feels that we can support a recommendation of approval. I mean, yes, I am not denying that there has been, complaints and maybe parties or, that the gentleman also owns another consumption lounge. In fact, there was, I believe there was an article where he is expecting to hopefully someday open a consumption lounge at this location. But as of right now, that is not happening. It is something that the city may be considering, but it is a different business. Also, we've consulted with Building and Safety, and there is a permit for a coffee shop that is separate and apart from this location, even if it's owned by the same person, which we don't.
But just Commissioner Lim, I did ask that question, whether there was a coffee shop on the patio area, but the applicant said that that's the backyard patio of one of the residential tenants that's there.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. If you look at page 23 of 31 from the Neighborhood Council's correspondence, you will see a Zillow listing, which shows that the outdoor patio that some of the pictures were taken at were part of a private residence, not actually a business.
But I just want to, because that's what the applicant said.
I can clarify the copy. So on the ground.
I'm sorry, we are not speaking out of turn. We can call up the applicant to address further questions if necessary.
Thank you, Allison. I've been informed that there is a building permit for a coffee shop. But again, whether it's there or not, I mean, if there is, it's permitted. So, all I'm saying is that also, if there's other violations, we will investigate them. If there's other complaints, we will investigate them. The violations that you cited as far as the boards, I mean, we do try to do the outreach. We do try to educate. We do outreach and we do educate. And we're trying to curb everybody's behavior. No matter where we go, we're going to find deficiencies. On this particular one, we've closed the complaints and we've actually closed the investigation. And I'm sure that Mr. Shaker is going to be a compliant operator. I mean, that's just, that is my honest opinion about this. And I have personally been to this location.
To Commissioner Lim's question, based on the premises diagram, the business is operating a retail storefront on the first floor. Also on the first floor is a separate garage storage business. And then the business that Ms. Wiles was talking about that has an operating permit for a coffee shop is a third unit as part of that overall parcel. But the pictures on the patio are tied to a private residence on the second floor.
This is Vice President Nash. Rocky, there were two deficiencies. I understood Hector to say that they were both completely taken care of, but you appeared to say that one was 90% taken care of.
Hector said that they submitted the modification to comply with one of the two. We've received the modification. I believe they pay for it. We just have to do the last thing, which is verify that the business premises diagram matches what's out in the field. But they've basically, for all intent and purpose, complied. It's the ball is in our court to verify that what they submitted matches what's out in the field. And the violation was, I think, the size of one room in the on the business premises.
If the applicant was having special events at the dispensary, which part of the code would that be a violation of?
That would be one of our regulations under prohibited activities.
Is there something I would cite when I mention that?
Yeah, I don't have my regulations and I don't as of yet have memorized them by heart.
This is City Attorney Allison told Commissioner Nash. I will provide you the exact citation if you give me a moment. Thank you.
It's under Regulation 5, number 6 for temporary or special events. But at this point, DCR has not found that any event has taken place at the business premises required by the code. And if an event occurs at a private property and the person who has site control over the property allows for consumption to happen, consumption is authorized and allowed on private residences subject to the property owner saying it's okay. So if people purchased at the shop and then went up stairs to the residence and they were a guest of the resident and they consumed on the patio, that by itself is not necessarily a violation. And businesses are allowed to have different retail, like the folks that are selling their products come and demo the products at the location and talk about their products with consumers that come in. And based on the posting with Kazumi, she was partnering with one of the brands that was being sold there. So having her sit at a table representing the brand and then people who purchase that get an autograph signed would not necessarily be a violation or considered a special event or a party.
This is President Mason. When you say demo the brand, could you expand on that?
There are a number of businesses, like when you go into a commercial cannabis store, there are a number of products that people can buy, pre-rolls, tinctures, etc. There are different brands that are advertised at those stores. So I'm not familiar with this particular Scumbags brand and what products that they produce. But if Scumbags was basically going to the location to show off the pre-rolls or talk about the product, that in and of itself would not be a violation of the regulations.
Okay, so this is President Mason. Demonstration doesn't necessarily mean smoking of the product. It just means displaying. and-
Yes, Commissioner. Consumption is not allowed at the resale storefront location.
you.
This is showing off a product.
Because
and
in my
talking
mind,
about-
a demonstration at a regular store is consumption of a food item if it were a grocery store.
My
So
apologies.
thank you for that.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. I did just want to circle back to the question that Commissioner Nash had about the ensuring that you have the correct citation for the prohibition against on-site parties. So that would be Regulation 5, number 6. Little
5A.
5,
5A.
5A, 6. Little 5.
5A6 of,
5A6 V.
I'm sorry, is that a V like Victor or a B like boy?
B like Victor. And I could read it to you.
And that's LAMC.
No, that's the Department of Cannabis Regulations own rules and regulations.
Okay. Regulation 5A6V. And yeah, if you wouldn't mind, given Mr. Colleen's comments, I'd like to hear exactly what it says.
Okay. It reads that on-site parties, temporary or special events, that's the title of this small section. Applicants and licensees shall not host, participate in, sell or give away cannabis at an unlicensed special or temporary event relating to cannabis. A temporary or special event relating to cannabis shall include but not be limited to a pop-up cannabis event, 420 event, cannabis farmers market, or an event to mark the opening of a commercial cannabis business. No special events or parties of any type shall be held at the business premises, including but not limited to events for which a temporary special event permit has been issued by the Building and Safety Commission or any other city department. This violation type is major.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? We are open to deliberations.
Commissioner Farmby. Sat here and I listened to a lot. And it seems to me that there is on one hand, this is the process of granting the annual license, which according to what we've heard from the violations, that things have kind of been taken care of and there's nothing that prevents the license from being issued. That's one piece that's sticking with me. The other part is kind of like the other components of activities that's been taking place that we've kind of identified on Instagram and kind of questioning the applicant, which at least in my opinion, those are two different things, right? I mean, you have the license piece of it, which allows for this process to take place, but then there's the complaints around the violations that takes place. So I guess it will be helpful for me is to kind of, how do you reconcile those two, right? On one hand, you're talking about like, hey, things are done by the applicant to receive the annuals, but if there are violations that are taking place, how do those two pieces kind of work with each other?
This is President Mason. I just want us to be mindful that any consumption events that took place in West Hollywood are outside of our jurisdiction.
That's right.
And should not be considered in the granting of a license.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. Consumption is legal in the
City of West Hollywood, and they were granted a consumption lounge license in the city of West Hollywood. But again, it's a different jurisdiction and should not be considered.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll, just to clarify that the City of West Hollywood is not under the jurisdiction of the City of Los Angeles. It is a separate city entirely.
This is President Mason. So my concern is the lack of a connection with the neighborhood council. And the applicant did stand before us and say that it is their intent to be a good community member and a good neighbor. And part of that is meeting with the neighborhood council and addressing those concerns. And it sounds like there are a lot of concerns, a lot of misunderstandings, and a lot of bridge building that needs to happen between the two entities.
Yeah. This is Commissioner Farmby. I think that's where it starts. Considering that at least from what we've heard and what has been written by the councilwoman's letter, that hasn't taken place. And I think that would be a good place to start. Part of what we kind of discuss with applicants that come here is building that community connection and that relationship. And I think, and I would hope that once that happens, that hopefully we'll have a different sort of relationship, not only with the neighborhood council, but in the greater community.
This is Commissioner Lin. In regards to the submission that was given by the Westside Neighborhood Council, if you look at page 21 of that, it looks like it's the same patio. The residential patio seems to have over 150 people that's there, all smoking weed. And this idea that this is a private party or it's not affiliated with us, they bought weed from us and went upstairs. We didn't control it, but they promoted on their website and Instagram account. In addition, Westside Neighborhood School, if you look at what they sent us, page, and this, I'm not sure why it's here, but on page 27 of 40, the tenants that supposedly lives up there seems to be vacant. And I'm looking at this outdoor patio, it's huge and looks like a coffee house. And the Instagram account saying that we plan on having a VIP lounge up here, and they call it a VIP lounge in their own Instagram account.
Would you please reference the date of the Instagram post?
I'm just
record?
looking at the neighborhood council
Councils?
record. I'm looking at page 21 of 40.
Mhm.
And this second one, and I don't understand the context, but they show the pictures from Zillow of the second floor, and that is on page 27 of 40.
My struggle with that is that the neighborhood council has not verified whether or not it's a private residence or not. And the applicant has maintained before us that it is a private residence. And Assistant Director Colleen has stated that if indeed it is a private residence, people are free to consume in that residence.
Yeah.
So I think what we have here is an applicant who's just been able to creatively use the situation to their advantage.
This Commissioner Lim, that could be true, but when you have the statement that they advertise from Go Global, and I'm looking at page 28 of 40 from the Neighborhood Council, Go Global Compound in Westwood is a multifaceted and multi-level space inviting an array of brands and influencers, host curated events from intimate to large-scale experience. And it has get tickets, $25 to $500 tickets. And when I asked them about that, they said, we had no idea. It's upstairs. It's on Gold Global's website as set forth on page 28 of 40.
But does the advertisement indicate that consumption will take place at the events?
Host curated events.
Curated is subject to interpretation. I hear your concern, but it's just not a condemnation for me.
This is Vice President Nash. I'm also looking at the October 30th, 2024 submission by the Westwood Neighborhood Council. And I'm looking at page 13 of 40. which appears to be a screenshot of a advertisement on www.eventbrite.com. And it indicates that the event will take place at the quote, Goat Global Compound, close quote. And people can explore the brands in the greenhouse, tap into life's luxuries on the second level space of Goat. And the event was scheduled for November 11th, 2023, between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. Location is indicated as the Goat Global Compound, Westwood. The address provided is 2299 Westwood Boulevard, Los Angeles, California. The exact same address as we have for the applicant.
For the record, can you expand a little bit more about
Apologies,
the event
Commissioner
that predates?
Nash.
um,
Can you
yeah.
point to exactly where this information that you just read
Well,
aloud came from?
it's from the Westwood Neighborhood Council submission.
Yes, thank you.
Provided on October 30th, 2024. And it indicates that it is at page 13.
May we clarify, are we speaking of Westwood Neighborhood Council or
Page
West
13
Side
of 40
Neighborhood
of that
Council?
submission.
Because I've heard both, and there are two separate neighborhood councils.
If you'll give me a moment, let me
I mean,
go
the
to
ones
the beginning of the letter.
Westwood.
Okay, so we do have West Side Neighborhood Council, which is possibly the neighborhood council letter that you are referring to, Commissioner Nash?
My apologies. This is Vice President Nash. It is West Side Neighborhood Council,
Okay.
not Westwood Neighborhood Council. I've referred to it as Westwood for multiple times, and every time I spoke, I should have been saying and meant to say West Side Neighborhood Council, submission dated October 30th, 2024.
Right, and for clarification, Commissioner Farley, for clarification, I think the confusion is that the Westwood World LLC is the DBA for Go Global, so I can see how the confusion.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean. So this was a complaint that the Compliance and Enforcement Division did investigate, and it came in and it was investigated in May, and we did not get information that sustained whether a party occurred at this location. So no notice of violation was issued for this particular complaint.
And Jason, you're talking about the, I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Farley, the October 30th, 2024 letter from the Neighborhood Council. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
based on that letter, the first attachment at the end of the neighborhood council's letter was a screenshot of an Eventbrite page for an event that would have occurred on November 11th of 2023. That complaint was submitted to the department and it was investigated in May of this year. And the department determined that a violation had not occurred. So we did not issue a notice of violation as it relates to this particular complaint.
And there are no other complaints, this is President Mason, tied to that proposed event?
Sorry, Rocky Wiles again. It's not that we just, there was no violation. It's just that when we got the complaint, it had already been past the 90 days where we could have requested the video surveillance footage. And so what we did is we decided, you know, let's go ahead and do a compliance inspection. Let's get in there. Let's go and take a look at this place. So that's why in May is when we did our compliance inspection, when we opened up the investigation and we discovered that there was no access to, you know, this other coffee place. And because it wasn't part of the business premises, we couldn't very well go to the second floor and see what was up there. So, our hands were tied as far as where we could go in this particular, building, this two-story building. But, this is why we went ahead and sent that cease and desist letter. We were trying to be proactive and trying to reach out to this operator to instruct them so that these things don't happen. And when we heard that there might be another event around Labor Day, Hector went ahead and personally gave him a call and spoke to Mr. Shaker. And we didn't receive any complaints following that Labor Day supposed event. There was no complaints. In addition to that, like I mentioned, we've talked to the neighbors and offered our contact information so that they can tell us if and when things are happening, so we can be there. In fact, I think that I sent my investigators out there on a weekend just to go and sit around and see, what was happening. We do canvas properties. We do surveillance just to see what is going on in some of these places where there's a lot of complaints. And we have not been able to, and because we haven't seen any violations, this is why we finally closed the complaints. There's not much more we can do at this location, given the information that we have. And like I said, I visited the store. And I mean, I didn't observe any violations when I did go. And you're asking how you can sync all these complaints, how you can make sense of this. Well, that's our job. I would hope that you have some trust in my staff. I know we're just beginning our program. But we do, we reach out to neighbors, we reach out to the operator, we conduct our inspections, we do investigations. And at some point we have to basically, either pull the trigger and maybe that's not a good analogy, but either issue a notice of violation or we close the complaint. And, I think based on our interaction, I feel very comfortable closing this investigation and supporting the recommendation. And again, we're going to have another shot at this location. We do have to do a final inspection prior to the next step in this process, which is the operating permit. There's another final inspection that will take place. So, and I think that this, personally, I don't think this person's going to be doing much of anything other than selling at this point. I mean, he's been under a lot of scrutiny, not only from us, but obviously from the neighborhood council. We hope that he has learned about the regulations by now.
Thank you. This is President Mason. So to wrap up on this item, at this point, based on everything that I've heard, the thing that stands out most for me is the lack of interaction with the neighborhood council for whatever reasons, to be consistent with how we have moved in the past. We are very strict about potential licensees meeting with the neighborhood council. We have requested continuances when they have not, and requested proof that they have met with the neighborhood council at the next meeting. So that's my issue at this point.
This is Commissioner Farmer. Are we still in deliberation?
We are.
Okay.
Yes, you're still deliberating.
Let's figure it out. So I agree. I mean, for me, this is the big piece. I mean, I think there's been a lot of conversation around potential violations that are not a part of the granting of the licensees, but I do think that it's important. And almost every other, I would say almost every other applicant has come before us has gone through that process. And I think that this one should be no different. And so that I think would be my recommendation that, at least amongst us, that we consider postponing it until that meeting actually took place for a later date in terms of meeting with the neighborhood council.
This is Vice President Dash. I too believe that it's consistent for us to continue these things when there's an issue for the meeting with the neighborhood council. However, in this instance, based on what I've seen and what I view as violations of DCR Regulation 5 A as in apple, 6V as in Victor, I'd be prepared to vote on the merits of yes or no for the applicant at this time.
This is Commissioner Lim. The question is, what is the role of our commission? We have the compliance officer saying that they did the investigation, they had an open file. They believe everything is in compliance and they investigated all these claims and they feel comfortable in recommending issuing the license. We have the neighborhood council give us very substantial evidence to show that they've been in violation. And I do agree. I personally believe they're in violation. I personally was going to also vote on the merit on this. However, the last comment that Rocky made, it goes back to what is our role? Our role is we have to follow our conscience as what we think is right or wrong. But at the same time, they did the investigation. They went out there. They checked everything out. And so the question is, how much weight do we give on that? And I guess a cop-out would be a continuance to see if the neighborhood council would change their position. And after all this explanation, I doubt they will, because I heard what the applicant had to say and it didn't change my opinion in any way. It actually deepened it because it seemed, for a better word, ridiculous, the story that they're telling us. It defies logic. But is it our job? That's the question.
This is President Mason. So number one, to the neighborhood council engagement, I have been reminded that they're only required to request a meeting with the neighborhood council, which they did meet that requirement. I believe that Department Director Wiles has done a good job in separating what has happened prior to her team's investigating this location and what has happened since her team has investigated this location. And there have been no violations other than the two that have been cited since they have investigated this location. There have been no consumption issues, no consumption complaints, no complaints about use of cannabis on that patio or in that apartment. This is all from 2013. So we have to consider whether we're going to introduce past behavior into today's decision or if we're going to stand on the work product of the department.
This Commissioner Lynn, for correction, I think it's 2023.
I said 2023, did I not?
Said 2013.
Oh,
I'm sorry, 2023. I'm sorry. Thank you. So at this point, I will, yeah, go.
I was gonna see if we were still in deliberation.
I was gonna call for a motion. I
Okay.
think we
It sounds like you're
deliberated.
calling for a motion. This is Commissioner Farnby. On item number, this is 9, right?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Is it 5 o'clock? All right.
No, that clock is wrong. It's 4:04.
On item number 9, DCR core record number 310212, applicant Westwood World LLC at the business premises located at 2299 South Westwood Boulevard. This is Commissioner Farnby. I make the motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in their report.
This is President Mason. I will second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim.
nay.
Vice President Nash.
Nay.
The motion fails.
Thank you. We are moving on to,
President Mason?
yeah,
Seeing that the motion fails, we will have to agendize this on to the next,
The next meeting, right?
the
the
next
next commission
meeting.
meeting,
Yeah.
which is of November 21st.
Yes.
If I may, I'm wearing my,
Okay, so
for clarification, I'm wearing my commission supervisor hat. Because at the next meeting, we will have the same commissioners.
we will
Um,
not
No,
have the
I'm-
same commissioners.
I'm not.
Commissioner Farmby will not be present and Commissioner Melendez will not be present.
Exactly.
So
Okay.
we will have another 2 noes and 1
Exactly.
yes.
Right. So if we can continue it to 12-5, which is where
12-5.
we're.
We are confirmed to have 5 commissioners.
Yes.
Okay, then for the record,
Would you like
item
to-
number 9, DCR core record number 310212 will be continued to our commission meeting of December 5, 2024. I'm waiting for Allison. Okay, we're moving on. Item number 10.
Confirmed. My apologies. I was nodding. Confirmed.
Okay.
President Mason, thank you.
DCR core record number 310165 was continued from August 15th of 2024. The applicant is Highway Caregivers Incorporated, and this is to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 135 East Vernon Avenue. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is Senior Analyst Cassandra Marquette. I will present item 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Court Record number 310165 is associated with Highway Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 135 East Vernon Avenue in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 9. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 23, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000938-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through January 21, 2025. This item was previously continued to today's hearing due to a paper error regarding the location's square footage in the agenda dated August 15, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote, and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about June 21, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, one on Friday, July 5, 2024 from 3 to 5 p.m. and a second on Thursday, July 11, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One written comment provided by the public was against the application. Reasons stated for an abundance of cannabis dispensaries already in the neighborhood, in addition to the location being walking distance to multiple sources. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, It is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. The 4 schools that are within walking distance of this applicant, what is the distance, closest distance of the nearest school?
The nearest school is approximately 900 feet away from this particular location. So it is outside of 700 feet as required by code.
And just Commissioner Farman, Jason, that was the question we were kind of pondering last time, right? The proximity of the square footage.
For this particular record, I believe it was just re-agendized because we had not provided a recommendation for it. But we did get a comment that came in through the regular commission submission that the stakeholder felt that the location was too close to schools and that there are 4 schools that are within walking distance. So the closest school to the location is 900 feet away. And there are charter schools and other public schools there, but they're all outside of the necessary 700-foot radius.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we do have 2 representatives here on behalf of the applicant.
Hello, my name is Shane Brando. I'm here to speak on agenda item 10, record number 310165. I'll try to keep it short and sweet because I know your time is valuable.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Shane Brando. I'm the general manager and community liaison for Highway Caregivers Incorporated. We are located at South Los Angeles, 135 Vernon Avenue. We are here today seeking approval for our annual license. Highway Caregivers has become a beacon in our community for a safe, easy space to acquire legal cannabis products in our area. We are also a prime example for how businesses can be operated in our community. Although we are in what is known as a high crime rate area, we have not experienced any during our time of operating. We are a fully compliant business that strives to uphold standards, rules, and laws provided to us by the state and the city. We are open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 24-hour on-site security, as well as cameras that are monitored by an outside security company. We have our own gated parking lot that offers safe, free, quick, and easy place for our customers, as well as easy access to handicap parking and entrance to our business. We have an amazing team. We pride ourselves on hiring our employees from within our community and provide extensive training and education to our staff through our product information packets, open book quizzes, as well as training demonstrations from cannabis brands that we carry. We pay fair wages to our staff, and we give back to our community by offering discounts to the disabled, seniors, and veterans in our area. We also do Toys for Tots during the holiday season, as well as canned foods drives. We also have partnered with a local charity called Project Transition, which sponsors inner cities youth that can't afford to play sports. We hope that we have done all we have to uphold our high standards, and that helps provide to our community, and that you will grant us our annual license. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. Did you say you have 24-hour security guard?
Correct.
Wow. How do you compete with the illegal dispensaries that are in this high crime area?
Very, very difficult to. They are quite abundant in our area, so I'm sure that person that said they get so many dispensaries, a lot of them are illegal. We get a lot of customers that come in asking for products they're familiar with at these illegal dispensaries. We try to inform them the dangers of purchasing products at these illegal sites. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do. I personally don't even know where they're actually located. Otherwise, I would have tried to anonymously report them. But they seem to be popping up everywhere. I get customers that come in saying that one just popped up around the corner. They closed it last week. Now they're over here at a different day. So it's very difficult to keep up with.
It
Thank
also
you.
helps that we have like competitive pricing as well, that, we have every option from cheapest to highest to middle to support the area. So we try to, we battle as we can, you know what I mean?
This is Commissioner Farley. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is David Simmons.
Was it Davidson?
Correct. David Simmons.
Oh. Thank you. This is Commissioner Farley. Considering the neighborhood and the community, have you had any incidents or anything that's taken place at or near the property?
There's been plenty of instances that happen near the property. We did have an after hours break-in right after we opened, which was a little over 2 years ago. But again, that was not during operational hours. We did do a full police report and everything. Nothing was really damaged other than property. And they did get away with some product, but
Hence 24-hour security.
yeah. And now we have overnight security guard
Yeah.
inside the store. So
Yeah, to alleviate that. Comes with the nature of the business, unfortunately. It's happening whether you're in West Hollywood or LA or up north, fortunately.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
thank you.
We are open to deliberations.
I don't have anything. This is Commissioner Farley. I just wanted to clarify with Jason earlier, the kind of going back to the continuance date. I do remember the situation with the schools. I just wanted to make sure we were all in the clear on that.
Mhm.
So I'm good.
Thank you.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. Yes, there are no schools located within 700 feet of this location.
Okay, with that, I'll call for a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 10, DCR core record number 310165 for the business located at 135 East Vernon Avenue. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report dated August 13, 2024.
Commissioner Farley, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to DCR number 11.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Mason, if I may interrupt, I would like us to reopen item number 9 and make a motion to continue it specifically to the December 5th meeting, because I think that our motion was not completely adequate to ensure that that happened. So if we could do that quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr.
Sure.
Vice President Nash. It would have regularly just automatically been continued to the next motion.
Yes.
This motion is just to continue to a specific.
Yes,
meeting.
please. Thank you so much for clarifying. Yes, the automatic continuation would have been to a point that does not have sufficient commissioners. And so I think that we need to make an explicit motion stating that we're setting it for that date to ensure that all commissioners can participate in the
This is Commissioner
decision.
Farley, we didn't do that, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Correct.
no, we just picked the date. Okay. This is President Mason. I'm reopening item number 9. DCR core record number 310212. This is on the issue of a continuance to a future meeting date. And given that we will not have a full commission until December 5th, I am moving that we continue this item to the DCR commission meeting of December 5th, 2024.
This is Commissioner Farley, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Mason, we have a new rule that when you are absent at 4:20, we take our recess.
The nerve.
It was a practice. Yeah, you.
Is this
I'll
true,
explain.
Vice President Nash? This happened on your watch.
I plead the fifth.
He was all for it.
Well, let me not start the rebellion. The time is 4:20 and this commission is on recess until 4:50. Enjoy your break.
You know when?
We may resume.
Thank you. The time is 4:58 PM
But it'll just continue.
and we are resuming. I believe we left off on item number 13.
It was
No,
item
11.
11, President Mason.
11, I'm ahead of myself. So we are on DCR core record number 310116. That would be item 11. The applicant is the Nordhoff Company LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4515 York Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do have a raised hand in the queue. Would you like me to call upon
You
them?
may verify.
Phone number ending in 6376. Please state your name and whether you are with a neighborhood council or elected office representative.
Hello, good afternoon, Cannabis Commission. My name is Tiffany Wright, and I am not a lobbyist or a member of a neighborhood council. I'm a community member.
My apologies. This is City Attorney Allison Toll. The time for public comment has closed. That was at the start of the meeting. So any comments from the community would needed to have been addressed at that point. This is only for official neighborhood council presentations or elected office.
Is that the only hand?
Yes.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from the department.
Good evening. This is Senior Analyst Cassandra Maricott. I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310116 is associated with the Nordhoff Company LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4515 York Boulevard in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. On September 5, 2024, the commission continued this application to today's hearing due to lack of quorum to either approve or deny the application. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 4th, 2024, and was deemed passed and completed by the Compliance and Enforcement Division on November 1st of this year. A CED representative is in attendance and available to provide an overview at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the briefing's presentation for this item. Assistant Executive Director Jason Killeen will now provide an overview of the land use review.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. So this item was continued because we did not have a vote to either approve or deny. So I'm going to give an overview of the land use related concerns. So in July of this year, DCR received a complaint that the applicant was within 700 feet of an elementary school. DCR has reviewed that complaint and determined that they are not within 700 feet of an elementary school. Some of the arguments you'll hear are based on things that are not in the municipal code. That the parcel in question is owned by LAUSD, therefore it has to be considered a school. That's not correct. The other thing is that we are distancing to a parcel line within the APN number. So this is the information that we presented the last time, which is previously Toland Way Early Education Center was associated with 4503 Toland Way. Toland Way Elementary School is associated with 4545 Toland Way. Just like one of our licensees can't unilaterally decide to move their license to an adjacent parcel and begin to operate without our approval, a school can't move its license and, engage in school-related activities without getting the approval of the California State Department of Education. Based on all public available records, 4503 Toland Way is in no way associated with Toland Way Elementary School. It is not currently a sensitive use. Therefore, this parcel is not what we measure to when we do our land use review. We measure to the parcel line where the school activity is occurring as required by code. An early education center is a preschool. So by definition, if it was licensed, it would have to be considered a daycare facility. Toland Way Early Education Center was defunded during the last recession. The facility itself was a bond-funded facility. So until the debt gets defeased, of course, it can only be used for the intended purpose stated as part of the bond underwriting. So this has sat vacant for a number of years. In order for 4503 Toland Way to be considered a sensitive use, it'll have to be associated with a licensed school, which it's not, a licensed daycare, adult drug use treatment facility, park, library. There is no activity occurring on this parcel that rises to the level of being considered a sensitive use based on the publicly available information in the municipal code, as well as in DCR's rules and regs. For these reasons, the department has determined that the buildings associated with the early education center at 4503 Toland Way are not a sensitive use as defined by Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 10501. Next slide, please. Publicly available in reference to a sensitive use, and this is straight from the municipal code, means identified on an official list posted on one of the following official websites maintained by or on behalf of the following respective responsible government agencies. So the list of official websites for a school is identified on the official website for the California Department of Education. Again, 4503 does not appear as a sensitive use on any of the lists, and it sure does not exist on the California Department of Education list of a school. And the distance between any commercial cannabis activity business and any sensitive use with exclusive use of the parcel upon which it is located shall be the horizontal distance measured in a straight line without regard to intervening structures from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis activity to the closest parcel boundary of the sensitive use. So on the maps that you see on the next page, you'll see that the department has actually measured from the closest exterior wall. This is our ZEMIS map. If you look at the top right-hand corner of the ZEMIS image, which is the far left image on the screen, you will see a blue line coming out of the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business. And we are measuring from that to a fence line located on the blue square property. The top of that blue figure is where the early education center used to operate. There is no license for any sensitive use activity to occur on that piece of the parcel. And the school, those two buildings on the southern side of the fence are part of the school. And there is a clear demarcation line and fence between the school and what used to be an early education center. Therefore, that fence line is the line we measure to. And you can see on the images on the map, just to the right of the map, you see a fence with green padding on there. That's the entrance to the early education center. You can see a large concrete wall on the right-hand side. And above that concrete wall is actually a chain link fence. The next image over is an aerial shot that shows that the two buildings used by the school, there's a steep grade, and then you get into the fence line for the school parcel versus the early education center. And then on the final picture, it's just another aerial image of that school being completely separated from the building that used to be used as an early education center. Next slide, please. So pursuant to section 10502B, the distance between any commercial cannabis activity business and any sensitive use shall be measured from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the closest exterior wall or fence under the control of the sensitive use, excluding parking lots. So that orange line and that highlight that's in this image is the demarcation line for where the fence line for the elementary school begins. So in that prior image from the last slide, we measured from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the fence line of the actual school. That area that used to be occupied by the early education center is not licensed for the school use. It was previously licensed for a daycare use, and any use that occurs in that building today, tomorrow, next year would not preclude this cannabis business from operating at the proposed location, because the sensitive use determination is done at the beginning of the application process to prevent folks from unnecessarily signing long-term leases for a location where they wouldn't be able to actually use for commercial cannabis activity. So I know we had gotten some public comment in that the early education center is not there anymore, which we know, and that LAUSD is leasing it out to use it as a continuation high school. At this point, it doesn't matter because all of that happened after we made the determination. So if there is a continuation high school operating on that side of the parcel, it would not be considered a sensitive use for the purposes of this application. Next slide, please. Again, we just have a larger image of the ZMIS. You can see that from the exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the closest fence line, it's 736 feet. Again, I measured from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the fence line that you can see on the right-hand image, which is above the concrete wall that separates the early education center from the school. Next slide, please. And again, this is another aerial image where you can clearly see that the mural wall is part of that concrete wall, and there's a fence line up there. And the building that used to be used as an early education center is completely separate from the school. Next slide. You can see here, and this is from the official LAUSD website, Tolan Way Early Education Center was what was used to be associated with 4505 Tolan Way. LAUSD, I might add, has not submitted a letter in opposition of this application like they have on other applications, because this parcel is not a sensitive use and it's not a school. You can also see from early budget documents, Tolan Way Early Education Center, which is the image below, and Tolan Way Elementary School are two completely different funding sources for LAUSD's budget. Next slide. Again, you can see that in their own budget, and this is for Measure Y, which is the bond that funded the rehab of these buildings, Tolan Way Early Education Center and Tolan Way Elementary School are two completely separate line items in this ballot measure to issue the bond. Next slide. This is just reiterating that an early education center is a high quality, developmentally appropriate preschool program that addresses the social, emotional, physical, and cognitive needs of the population served. This is the definition by LAUSD. As you'll note, it's a preschool. A school is K through 12. Preschools have to have a daycare license. Again, at one time, Tolan Way Early Education Center had a daycare license. It was considered a sensitive use. That license has since lapsed. This activity is not funded in LAUSD's budget. Therefore, that parcel where those buildings are is not a sensitive use for DCR's purpose, which is again why we measure to the chain link fence line where the school is operating. Next slide, please. This is the screenshot from the school directory. This is where we need to go in order to pull the data to determine what is publicly available. You can see here that Tolan Way Elementary is associated with 4545 Tolan Way. There is no range. There is no 4505, 4503, or anything else. Next slide, please. Therefore, the department thinks it was correct in determining that this applicant is located outside of 700 feet from the school sensitive use. It's actually approximately 730 something feet away. The building that was located or numbered as 4503 or 4505 Toland Way is not an existing sensitive use. Therefore, using that parcel line is incorrect. We need to measure to the fence line of the actual school. And that concludes the licensing's presentation. If you would like, our code enforcement division is here to talk about the complaint that they closed.
We'll hear from CED first.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Supervisor for Compliance and Enforcement Division. There was a compliance inspection conducted at this location, 4515 York Boulevard. It was conducted on August 21st, 2024. A notice to correct was issued on September 4th, 2024, with the deadline of October 4th, 2024. Since then, the operator has provided corrective action and the compliance inspection has been passed. The 4 deficiencies that were noted on that date was the use of DBA off the charts in which they have provided sufficient evidence and had that DBA updated on the record. Next, there was just the badges. They did update the badges and provided confirmation of corrective action. The record retention, they did provide personnel records of their employees and provided sufficient evidence to get that cleared. The final item was employee training records, and the same goes as well. They provided sufficient evidence. So those 4 deficiencies have been confirmed as corrected, and that inspection has been passed. Any questions?
Commissioner Farmy, thanks, Hector. And these are considered minor based on the criteria, is that correct?
That is correct. All 4 items are minor.
And
And
all
the only
4 have been rectified.
And they have all been rectified. And the only complaint that was received was the one regarding land use review, which Jason has addressed.
Thank you, Hector.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for staff?
Just Commissioner Farmy, Jason, so with all that, everything that you reported on, it seems to me that I think the physical aspect of the building is what people, I think it's safe to say is what people were looking at. But what you were describing is that based on the square footage and the fact that there is no license for that particular parcel deems it is not sensitive.
Correct, Commissioner. One of the arguments that the neighborhood council has made is that looking at the LA County assessor's number, the taxpayer for those parcels are all the same taxpayer. So if you were to use the assessor's parcel number as the property boundary, instead of actually using the parcels as they're identified within the zoning information management system, you would get a different outcome. But having firsthand been part of the City Planning Commission deliberations and presenting for the city on this topic, as well as before City Council, I can tell you the City Council is smart enough to know the difference between using parcel and assessor's parcel number. And throughout the municipal code, there are specific things that state based on the assessor's parcel number when they want to use assessor's parcel number. And they did not define assessor's parcel number as part of the land use review. So it would be inappropriate for me to base my measurements based on the assessor's parcel number and not looking at the individual parcels as they appear within the city's zoning management system and the city engineer's database and records.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have our 2 representatives here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach, actually it's 3. On behalf of the applicant, you may approach.
Just 2 of us.
Oh, I have 3 speaker cards.
I think somebody might have been trying to speak earlier and didn't make it for general comment.
Okay, state your names for the record and then I can eliminate.
My name is Sean Maddox.
I'm Daryl Allen.
Okay. Thank you. State your relationship to the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes.
Applicant representative.
I'm the applicant itself, owner of the Nordhoff company. Good evening. My name is Daryl Allen, the owner of the Nordhoff Company. I've been working since 2018 to bring this project to fruition. As a social equity business owner, I'm brimming with gratitude that our business has been open in this great neighborhood of Eagle Rock for a little over 3 months now. The opening of this business is a fulfillment of a lifelong dream to be a business owner, and I truly believe Eagle Rock is a place where the business can flourish. My goal is for the Nordhoff Company to be a high-performing, socially responsible business, one that keeps local residents safe, support local initiatives, and assimilates into the community without adverse impacts. Throughout this presentation, we will describe how we are going to great lengths to uphold these responsibilities as a member of the Eagle Rock business community. Next slide, please.
We have developed and implemented a good neighborhood policy and community integration plan. To date, we have gone door to door to surrounding neighbors to answer frequently asked questions and provide information on who we are. We also mailed an introductory letter with a list of frequently asked questions and answers to every neighbor within 600 feet of the site, in addition to reaching out to Tolan Elementary and its PTA. Other integration efforts include our commitment to hiring at least 70% local employees. We've already participated in 2 food drives for LA Community Fridges and organized a park cleanup at Cleveland Avenue Bicentennial Park. Further, we've implemented lighting, odor control, and traffic plans, as well as a community liaison who's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to ensure continued adherence to our good neighbor policy. Security and improving the safety of our site is another thing we take pride in. We work with cold water security and utilize their guards for security during business hours. On-site surveillance includes over 30 combined interior and exterior cameras. We also incorporate motion detection units, glass break sensors, panic buttons, and secure card reader access for limited access areas. We're proud of our ability to integrate into the communities we serve with no negative impact on our neighbors. Next slide.
The following summarizes our efforts for the neighborhood council outreach. We sent our initial correspondence to the neighborhood council on July 17th to let them know we are and describe our community engagement efforts, asking for input regarding how we could best serve the Eagle Rock community. We did not hear from the council for about a month and sent the second email on August 13th. After getting additional contact information from the DCR, we sent the third email to the neighborhood council on August 16th. They responded on a Saturday to let us know they would schedule a neighborhood council meeting within 48 hours on that Monday, the 19th. We reached out immediately to request a postponement. That request was denied. At the council meeting on August 19th, the council voted not to support the project based on concerns over buffer compliance. The council said they would provide us with a copy of the council decision and letter they would submit to DCR, which we never received. We really would try to work with the neighborhood council and integrate ourselves in Eagle Rock, but we are discouraged by the council's lack of transparency and communication, and we have been quite blindsided by their lack of willingness to work with us. Next slide, please.
Next slide is to talk about the buffer issue. I'm not going to belabor the fact. I think Jason did a great job summarizing it, and I couldn't even get close with the time that I have. I do want to make the quick point about section 105.02 subsection C, which does explain that an applicant's premises location shall be deemed compliant with the required distances specified in section 105.02 from sensitive uses if the business premises location complies with the required distances from all sensitive uses that are publicly available to the department on the verification date. Jason went into links at what was publicly available when the department made its decision. And I do want to confirm that we were given buffer compliance determination on May 11th, 2023. Next slide, please. The next slide is just evidence of our posting for the meetings for the hearing. Next slide, please.
So during the DCR community meeting, I was humbled by the support we received and surprised about the negative feedback. We posted community liaison information on site, have gone door to door to many neighbors to seek input and feedback, and even sent mailers out to all of our neighbors. Outside of the neighborhood council and DCR community meetings, we did not receive any direct communication. With that said, it is our responsibility to listen and adapt operations to ensure we are good neighbors. During the community meeting, 5 opposition calls were received. 2 were concerned about the proximity to Tolan Way Education Center, which was addressed by Sean. Another was a call concerned over oversaturation. I can assure the council our location meets all buffer and density requirements under the LA code. The last 3 calls spoke to community impact concerns. These included loitering, public consumption, graffiti, parking, lighting, and site improvements, as well as operating hours. This is the first time we heard anything of these concerns, and concerns and most have been addressed by our integration efforts and good neighbor policy. However, we have taken action to ensure all of these are addressed. Aside from cause and opposition, I would like to recognize cause and support of our business and its community presence. Two businesses called to talk about our assimilation efforts and positivity impact. Another called customer who spoke to the family environment of our store, our local employees, and efforts to connect with the community. We received support from two employees who spoke about company culture and the welcoming environment we have created. I look forward to continue community feedback, and we'll turn it over to Sean to discuss how we already responded to feedback we received. Next slide, please.
I'm going to mostly skip over school proximity and oversaturation as the DCR's report summarized our location's compliance. However, I would like to mention that we have reached out to Tolan Elementary and their PTA in an effort to open communication on any concerns they may have about our business. We have yet to hear back. Our good neighbor policy includes a roving security guard during operating hours, but we've increased patrols during high traffic hours to ensure loitering and public consumption prohibitions are enforced, and they have been. Since opening, we've had 4 incidents of graffiti, all of which have been responded to within 24 hours of notice. Our parking lot is adequately parked with 11 spaces, and we've experienced little to no parking overflow on adjacent street public parking. Lastly, concerns about operating hours have been heard and are still being taken into account. Since late August, our hours have been shifted from 6 a.m. open to an 8 a.m. open, and they continue to be there. Next slide, please. Despite complaints to the alternative, we did put significant time and effort into site improvements and continue to keep it clean. We developed a photometric plan that increases visibility without resulting in light spillage onto adjacent properties. We modernized the existing facade with a fresh coat of paint and new signage. We focused on the parking lot by restriping parking spaces and extracting weeds to enhance curb appeal. We also added bollards to prevent drive-in robberies and increase security of the facility. We want our facility to be an emblem of our neighborhood compatibility. We feel these site improvements have done that. Next slide, please.
While we've only been open for 3 months, we've made great strides in community engagement to make a difference in Eagle Rock. We're members of the Eagle Rock Association, a volunteer organization of community members who come together to safeguard and enhance quality life in Eagle Rock. We made an initial contribution to the Eagle Rock Center of Arts, whose mission is to provide innovative and inclusive art programming to the diverse communities of Northeast LA. We are working with LA Community Fridges to facilitate access to fresh food for community members. We purchased and donated large quantities of food to power the organization's food distribution events in Eagle Rock on 2 separate occasions, and are committed to further support on a semi-monthly basis in Eagle Rock and communities throughout LA. We've also engaged LA-based muralist Jamie Andriozzi to commission a mural on the building. Lastly, since our September CRC meeting, we have sent mailers to surrounding neighbors with the introductory message, contact information, and a list of frequently asked questions and answers. We similarly put together an introductory mailer for Tolan Elementary and Tolan Elementary PTA. In these mailers, we included information and resources on risk of youth exposure to cannabis and relayed our hope to collaborate on efforts to reduce risk and exposure to cannabis for local youth. At the heart of our community engagement strategy is a sense of humbleness and appreciation towards Eagle Rock. Our hope is that continued operation in Eagle Rock, combined with collaboration with local organizations and officials, will help us diversify organizational partnerships and contributions to provide increased community benefits. Overall, I feel extremely blessed to have the opportunity to open and operate a business in LA. Me and my family have suffered, and we were victims of the fallout of war on drugs. Being able to open this business has given me the opportunity to create a legacy as a small business owner, in addition to securing financial stability for myself and my loved ones. I am proud of the work we've done to open this business, create local jobs, and begin a long-term and positively impact relationship with the community of Eagle Rock. For these reasons, I humbly ask the commission to approve my application for annual license. Thank you.
Thank you for being back so soon.
Thought there was going to be 5 of you today.
Yeah. We thought so too. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Farmby, have you had any engagement with the neighborhood council over the last 3 months since you've been open?
We haven't heard anything from them. They're supposed to follow up with us after the neighborhood council meeting and give us a decision letter and notice, and we haven't heard back. We did send mailers to the surrounding community and the schools as an effort to outreach, and we really received one only one response to that, and I think over 500 neighbors were responded to. And it was a passive aggressive response of, we just don't want you here and you're not welcome. Really focus on making sure you're not a nuisance, which we have. And I think all the complaints that we've heard from everyone is you're close to a school, and the buffer issue has been beaten like a dead horse by Jason. I think it's very clear that we weren't at the time that the DCR made its determination, despite being close to school. We understand the importance of our presence in the community and trying to work with that. And so we have reached out. We do have open ears. We have not heard back from the council since our initial meeting.
Any other questions? I think you all have done, will applaud again your efforts to be mindfully present in your community and considerate of your stakeholders, your customers, your constituents. So we do appreciate that. I don't have any questions. So we can move to deliberations, if any.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is Vice President Nash. As I raised during the last time we heard this matter, I am concerned that the parcels have been tied together. The parcel upon which the Tolanway Early Education Center and the parcel where the Tolan Avenue Elementary School sit, apparently since at least 1965 have been tied together and become one parcel number. And I could be wrong, but to me, that means it's part of a school. There's certainly arguments to the contrary, and I may be right, I may be wrong. That's how I see it.
There's Commissioner Lim. In regards to the early education center, though, they don't have a license nor any license to show that they are a preschool, and it's not being used as a preschool. At the time the applicants submitted their application, it seemed it wasn't being used at all. And recently, it's being used for a high school, I guess. But again, we don't look at the use is today, but when they did the application, which was a vacant building, and it was not a sensitive use because it wasn't licensed as a preschool, and the funding was from a different source than the elementary school that's next door.
This is President Mason. What stands out for me is Assistant Director Colleen's point that we haven't heard from LAUSD on this. And we know from past experience that if there were any controversy regarding proximity, we would have received a nice letter, and we haven't. So I think we're safe. Commissioner Farby? No?
Nope. I'm good.
All right, then. I believe we've deliberated. We can move to a motion.
There's a Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 11, DCR core record number 310116 for the business located 4515 York Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
This is Commissioner Farby, I second.
Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
No.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Before we go into item 12, Kevin Pickett, are you present? Could you please approach?
I got to disqualify myself.
Oh, no, we're not there. I just have a question for him.
Oh.
No, we're okay.
Okay.
We're okay. So on your speaker card,
I'm sorry.
no.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. Commissioner Lim, why do you need to?
He's a client of mine.
Okay. I think just for.
It's
to
just
be-
about the speaker card and that's it. We're not,
Okay,
I'm not discussing the
Anything.
agenda item at all.
okay,
I just need, looks like a correction is needed.
okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, on your
Hi.
speaker card, you indicated that you were speaking on item 11. Is that correct? That was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are on item 12, which is DCR core record number 101744, and the applicant is Venice Caregiver Foundation Incorporated. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of January 16th, 2024. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 12, DCR core record number 101774 for the business located at 1310 South Abbott Kinney Boulevard. Will be continuing it?
Move to continue to January 16th, 20.
I move to
Correct.
continue it to January 16, 2025.
This is President Mason. I second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on item number 13. DCR core record number 110050.
And this Commissioner Lim, I'm going to have a conflict on that one.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, Commissioner Lim is leaving the room due to a stated conflict.
Does he need to explain the conflict or no? Okay, thank you. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Okay, then thank you. We will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is Senior Analyst Cassandra Marukut. I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 110050 is associated with Mainstay Goods Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 3401 South San Pedro Street in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 9. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 28, 2023, under the new entity name of Mainstay Goods Incorporated. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10001127-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR received one oral testimony from a representative of the business who spoke to the compliance and cleanliness of the business. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Supervisor, Compliance Enforcement Division. This review is for location 3401 South San Pedro Street. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 2nd, 2024. Currently, the notice to correct is being drafted and is under review. As a result, the applicant representative, Molly Pitlock, did reach out to our compliance team and provided some corrective action. Besides receiving the notice to correct, we have not sent that out. She did provide corrective action for a number of the 12 items that were identified as deficiencies during the compliance inspection. So I'll give you a rundown of each deficiency that was identified during that October 2nd, 2024 review. The first item was the display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information was not prominently displayed at the exterior of the premises. At present, Molly Pitlock, or the operator representative, did provide a photo of that neighborhood liaison at the exterior of the property, and that is going to be currently reviewed by our compliance team or compliance inspector. The second item is a identification of employee badges. The badges did not include the DCR core record number. The operator representative provided a photo, and it was confirmed that those items were confirmed and that item will be observed as corrected. The third item was code of conduct. The employee code of conduct was not posted within the retail space. They did provide a photo, and that corrective action has been confirmed. The next item are all related to surveillance system requirements. And during the inspection, there was an inability to accurately navigate that system or operate that system. It may have been just the staff was unprepared or just did not have the access codes for that. So these items were identified as deficient. The security system location surveillance system requirements were not confirmed due to an inability of the licensed representatives to successfully access and operate the surveillance systems. Just be mindful that if our inspection staff needs to go out there and do a secondary inspection, that may result in the assessment of an inspection invoice. The surveillance system location, in order for the point of sales, our staff could not identify the point of sale cameras, identifying the seller and identifying the purchaser. So we did include that in the notice to correct or the notice to correct that will be issued. The recording and storage of 90 days requirement that could not be confirmed because they did not have access to their system. The seventh item is security plans. During the inspection, they did not provide written security plan and did not produce it for our inspectors. They did provide a photo of the doc of the security plans, and that has been confirmed as corrected. The eighth item is the limited access log. As you can see during most of our reviews, the access to limited access areas, they need to have a log. They did provide a photo of that access log. So that's going to be provided as confirmed and corrected. The ninth item is record retention. They did provide proof of some personnel records, including the employee identification number. However, they did not provide financial records or the employee training records. 10th item is we do need to confirm the product or inventory with metric, and they were unable to provide that type of information during the inspection. The 11th item is product and inventory sales. Same thing with metric. That was the same observed deficiency was we were not able to confirm the sales with metric because they were unable to access that system. The final item is the age verification device, and they did provide a photo of a age verification device to be used at the site. So that's been confirmed as corrected. Most of the items were just The remaining issues are related to just an inability to access their surveillance equipment and inability to access the metric system.
So this is President Mason. Of the 12 deficiencies, how many have been corrected?
6 of the 12.
Before the NTC.
Correct.
That's impressive. Okay. Any other questions for staff?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding the age verification device, you indicated that they sent you a photo. This is at the point of sale. It's not for when a person enters the dispensary. Is that correct?
That is correct. They check photo IDs at the entry, and then at each point of sales, they check the ID once again there, rather than just relying on the initial review of their ID. There's a secondary check at the point of sale.
What did they actually show you a picture of?
So they sent us a photo of the actual device that has a card swipe. Same thing as, so when they go out there with deliveries, they would use something similar to that as well.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Kling. Just to expound on that, like if you were to go into a Target or a Walmart and purchase NyQuil, they'll ask you for your ID card so they can swipe it. Swiping it, they're getting the driver's license information so they can verify if you as an individual have purchased more than the legal limit for that given day, because that's all going into a database and being analyzed. So if you're trying to purchase more than you're allowed to purchase in a day, it would flag it for the retail shop, so they wouldn't actually complete the transaction. So the card swipe devices are the devices that they should be using at the point of sale.
Yes, those are all the safeguards.
Playing devil's advocate, this is Vice President Nash again. How would we know that they didn't just take a picture of the age verification device they use up front when somebody enters the dispensary? And a further question is, I thought that the point of sale age verification device was just, again, that it would actually come up on the register, a picture of who the client is based on the scan of the license as they entered the dispensary, and then just verifying that that's indeed that person. I didn't realize that some dispensaries also use a separate age verification device.
Yeah, so when they sign at entry, it's just automatically registering them at the site. The point of sale as well, they can utilize the information that has been swiped. This particular operator did not have any, let's say, any device up there, any photos, any device to confirm their age at the point of sale. So that's why our staff wrote them up. There was no confirmation of who they're selling to, no confirmation of the age, the driver's license, who their name was. So that's why our staff did write them up at that time.
But the age verification device that they sent you a picture of could be the same devices they use up front.
Yeah. They did send us a photo of an age verification device.
Okay.
Just to be mindful, we are requiring to go out there to do a secondary inspection due to the fact that we do need to confirm those surveillance equipment requirements. And then those we could, let's say, for the sake of this inspection, we cannot confirm that age verification device and confirm it on the secondary inspection. I can have my staff go out there and confirm that age verification device at each point of sale.
This is Vice President Nash. I think Mr. Killeen clarified this for me, but now I'm a little bit confused again. Is the expectation that they're at the point of sale with whatever register they're using, the client's photo and birth date should be popping up on their screen?
At a minimum, that is sufficient evidence of age verification, but some of the scanners, like I believe the one Hector identified, is more robust because it has the ability, when you swipe it, to actually check more information to confirm whether it's, one, a valid driver's license number, and then two, whether or not the individual has exceeded their purchases.
This is Vice President Nash. Should the point of sale age verification device be incorporated into the point of sale system such that you see what they're buying and it registers for the record that this client whose name and age is indicated as this bought this product on this day?
Ideally, it would be a requirement for it to be integrated into the point of sale and track and trace system. But the state regulations do not require that. And then a lot of our stuff piggybacks on what the state does.
So from the department's perspective, the same age verification device that they use upon entry would be satisfactory if it's at the point of sale and not incorporated into the point of sale data.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Commissioner Farmby?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are now on to deliberations. This is President Mason. My major concern, actually, we're
President
not at
Mason?
deliberations. We have two representatives here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. And please state your name for the record,
My
your
name-
relationship to the applicant, and when you see the green light, you will have 10 minutes.
I'm Molly Pitluck. I'm a applicant representative. And this is Kevin Pickett. He's also on the management team.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So Mainstay Goods is located at 3401 South San Pedro Street in LA 90011 and has its state dispensary license and its temporary approval from DCR. Mainstay has worked hard to obtain its licenses to be able to provide safe, high-quality cannabis to its patients and customers and had no complaints or oppositions at the community meeting. Mainstay has also been working on its certificate of occupancy with building and safety, and they have approved plans. And we're actually on our final inspection to look at a wall, and then the COO should be approved and issued, and we can apply for the public health permit as required. Most important here, Mainstay meets all the criteria for issuance of its annual license as set forth in LA Municipal Code 104.04. The licensed premises are substantially the same as the diagram submitted to DCR. They have provided DCR with timely responses to requested information, forms, and documents, have never denied DCR access to the premises, had a license revoked or denied, failed an inspection by any agency, or engaged in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. There have been no issues that would create a significant public safety concern as documented by law enforcement or otherwise. The staff report references a complaint in the portal that was received in December of 2023, claiming that Mainstay was operating without a license. At that point, Mainstay had its licenses issued by DCR actually on November 28th of 2023. So DCR closed out the complaint and we were never, Mainstay was never even advised of that complaint. If we had been, we would have immediately provided any information and the licenses as requested. None of the business premises denial reasons apply to Mainstay under 104.04B. Mainstay is located in Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan, which has not reached undue concentration according to DCR's map. Licensed premises fully comply with land use and zoning requirements as approved by DCR, and there has not been a conviction related to the licensed premises regarding any type of illegal or unlicensed activity for at least the past 5 years, including utility disconnections or padlocking. The owner and managers do not hold office in any agency related to commercial cannabis. None of the owners have a disqualifying conviction or have received a civil judgment concerning illegal commercial cannabis activity. I would like to address what happened with the compliance inspection. Unfortunately, there was an issue with the email address on file with the compliance department, not with the DCR licensing department. We did not receive the notice of the inspection, which the The main manager on duty that day was at a meeting off-site. The employees called them as soon as the DCR arrived, and he said, "Oh my goodness, I'll be right there. I'm getting in my car." And he was in Culver City. He didn't make it in time. That is the reason why the employee there was not able to operate metric, which is restricted to only be available to the owners and to upper management. Same with the security system and their surveillance system. When we have not received our notice to correct yet, but I have been in communication with compliance, trying to make sure our email addresses are correct and everything's above board. The only corrections that we have not given are in relation to the metric and the surveillance footage. And the only way that we can really solve that is once we get our notice to correct, is to have a reinspection and be able to show them those things. We did turn in some employee training. I have been asking DCR, and we're just waiting to hear back from them about what financial records they want to see. So we have been really trying hard to address all of the things that were in our notes before receiving the notice to correct. A lot of this was already on site. The employees just didn't know where it was, specifically the age verification device. You cannot get your temporary approval issued in the city unless you have your pre-licensing inspection and show the DCR your age verification device. So we apologize absolutely that there was a snafu about not having the right people at the inspection. And hopefully we have had that issue corrected.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
We're open for questions.
Okay, thank you. This is President Mason. And thank you for being here. I want to commend your initiative to address 50% of your deficiencies prior to receiving a notice to correct. And you all have been in business for how many years?
Since December 6th of 2023. I have it in my notes, but since around December 6th of 2023.
And they're not coded as social equity, Assistant Director Colleen? Their core record number is.
Correct. The core record number indicates that it's a phase one business. So even if they have an equity applicant who is an owner of the license, the application record and license itself is not considered social equity, and it's not subject to the requirements of 10420.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And I'm not too terribly, I am concerned, but I understand why access is limited.
Well, yeah.
To the metrics and to the surveillance information as a risk management protocol that you all have put into place. So I don't really have any questions regarding that. I'll hand it over to the other commissioners.
I have no questions.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Farley. Your location is like right on the corner, right? Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Have you had any issues with parking there?
We have not.
We have a parking lot commission. That's maybe it's across the street a few feet away.
It's about 10 spaces, 10, 11 spaces.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any other questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
We are on to deliberations.
This is Vice President Nash. Unfortunately, I'm inclined to continue it because of the number of discrepancies and the number of discrepancies that have yet to be taken care of, and the fact that they won't be able to be taken care of until there's another inspection. In a friendly way, if possible, I would suggest to the department, and this could be as a result of some deadlines that I'm not currently aware of, that these matters don't come before the commission when there's a lot of outstanding issues still. Because there is a decent chance that they'll get continued and it's a waste of the commission's time if they're not really in a ready state. So I understand sometimes there's deadlines that and that's why it's before the commission, but to the extent possible and in a friendly way, try not to give us ones that have a lot of issues.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean. In a recent correspondence to the City Council, we did ask for the compliance inspections and or violations to be a reason to pause processing of the annual license application, which would then freeze that 90-day limit until the corrections are cured. So to the extent that the City Council adopts that report and then adopts the corresponding ordinance before the end of the year, we can put that into place for you next year.
Great. Thank you very much. And I appreciate that.
Yes, Commissioner Farley, the notice to correct wasn't issued. Is that right?
No, it hasn't been issued, President Mason.
Correct, Commissioner Farmby. For the inspection was completed recently. As part of the inspection process, the inspector will debrief with the applicant and provide them information about what they found. And that is how this applicant was able to cure 6 out of the 12 corrections that were required. But the applicant isn't on the time clock to get things done until 30 days from the date we actually issued the notice of compliance. So whenever that notice goes out, they'll have 30 days from that date to address any of the outstanding corrections. And ultimately, like Hector said, for this particular applicant, they will have to physically go out and re-inspect them to make sure that all of the compliance related issues are addressed.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Would Mr. Alikhan please approach?
Hector Ali Khan, Supervisor, Code Enforcement, Compliance and Enforcement Division. How can I help you?
Thank you. So, within what window will you all complete your second inspection?
The compliance inspection or the compliance period for the NTC will be 30 days. So let's say if we get out the notice to correct tomorrow or Monday, it would be 30 days for that date. So they can reach out to us anytime in that period and schedule a compliance inspection.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have anything else. So if we have a motion, unless there are any other deliberations?
I don't.
Okay,
Commissioner Farley, item number 13, DCR court record number 110050. The applicant is Mainstay Goods Incorporated. The business premise is located at 3401 South San Pedro Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
okay, I'm gonna second it to move the motion, but Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason,
No,
Vice President Nash,
Point of order. If I vote no, is the application denied?
the motion.
Do you mind repeating the question, please, Commissioner Nash?
If I vote no, is the application denied?
Yes.
Hmm.
There wouldn't be a motion. Because it would fail. Because there's supposed to be at least three voting the same way.
So what would happen?
It moves to the next, it would move to the next meeting, and then the same thing we wouldn't even have a quorum for this item at the next meeting either, so we would. continue.
Because there's only three of us, does it have to be unanimous to pass?
At this meeting, yes.
Was that a yes?
For this meeting, yes.
So if I vote no, it'll be continued to the next.
It wouldn't
Um,
continue to the next meeting because we wouldn't, Commissioner Lim would have to recuse himself again. Oh, Jason. Would have to recuse himself and then it would only be left with President Mason and
It'll be the
and
December
you,
5th
Commissioner,
meeting.
Vice President Nash.
So we wouldn't have quorum to
We
vote.
wouldn't have quorum.
But if I vote no, it's going to have to be continued one way or another.
Correct. We need a majority in order to.
Vice
Pass the
President
motion.
Nash votes no.
The motion fails.
Excuse me. It's Commissioner Farmy, point of order, to understand. Now that has been done, is there a motion required in order to move this to the next
Yes.
date of when?
Yes. Please make a motion to agendize this for the December 5th
Okay.
CRC meeting.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry. Yes, Assistant Director Colleen.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. If this item is continued to December 5th, you'll still be within the 30-day period for the applicant to cure deficiencies. Based on the staff report, it looks like the applicant has a provisional license through June of 2025, and they have the ability to timely renew their DCR record for 2025. So if the commission would like to make sure that the applicant has corrected all deficiencies within that 30-day cure period, it may be beneficial to continue the item to either January 16th or to one of the February meetings.
So just to clarify, it can't be continued to the next meeting because we will not have sufficient commissioners. But that other than that, you may continue it to any additional meeting after that point. It sounds like it may be beneficial all around, that there may be more information that may be garnered if we push it out until a January date.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Farm, because that December 5th getting kind of thick up in here. So I was hoping that we could, move it a little bit further along, which I think also would allow for a little bit more time, specifically if we're within the time frame to do so. Yeah, can I do that? All right.
You want me to make the motion?
Yeah, I am. Okay, all right, so this is Commissioner Farmby. I make a motion for the DCR core record number 110050 be moved to the February 6, 2025 date of the next commission meeting.
This is President Mason. I second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to DCR core record number 101811. The applicant is Infinity Medical Alliance Incorporated.
Commissioner Mason, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can we call Commissioner Lim back?
I guess we could. 420. Calling 420 to the floor. Commissioner Lim. For the record, Commissioner Lim has rejoined the commission meeting. We are on to item 14, DCR core record number 101811. The applicant is Infinity Medical Alliance Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1609 West Loch Ness Place. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from the department staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101811 is associated with Infinity Medical Alliance, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1609 West Loch Ness Place in the Harbor Gateway Community Plan Area within Council District 15. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C12-0000012-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through May 9th of 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. Local customers and residents praised the business for their customer service and for assisting with their medical concerns. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item, and Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Alicon, Compliance and Enforcement Division Supervisor. There was a compliance inspection conducted at 1609 West Loch Ness Place on October 2nd, 2024. A notice to correct was issued on November 5th, 2024, with the deadline of compliance of December 5th, 2024. As a result, the operator representative did provide some corrective action yesterday, November 5th, via email. The 6 items of deficiency that were observed during the compliance inspection were as follows. The first item was display of license. They did not display the temporary approval notice within their retail space. A photo was provided and confirmed as corrected via email, November 5th. Second item is identification of badges. The badges did not include the DCR core record number 101811. A photo was provided and was confirmed as corrective on November 5th. The third item is surveillance system cameras. Camera placement does not allow for the recognition of facial features. The operator did provide screenshots of their surveillance system equipment, screenshots of every angle showing the purchaser and the seller at the point of sale. The fourth item is the alarm system. They needed to have the required alarm system permit was not provided during the inspection. And at that time, they did provide a photo of the LAPD alarm permit application and payment submission. So that was deemed confirmed as corrected. The fifth item is access to limited access areas. The same item is just a log sheet. They did provide a photo of that log sheet. They did create it and started logging each individual that goes into the limited access area. Number 6 is record retention, just training records for employees. And they stated via the email that they're working with management on creating those training records. And that concludes the results of the compliance inspection.
Hey, Hector, this is Commissioner Farmby. I was wrecking my mind right now I'm looking at the report on the violations and it's a skip number. I don't know if my OCD, but I was adding up the numbers and then add up. So it looks like you have 6 listed, but it's actually 7. Is that correct?
You are correct,
I thought it
Commissioner
was me.
Farmby, and I
Okay.
missed that one as well. So there should be a 7th item,
Yeah.
and that is the 90-day requirement for the surveillance system equipment, and they are currently working, as stated in the email, they're currently working with their provider in expanding that 90-day requirement or minimum 90-day requirement.
Thank you.
So 2 of the 7 items have not been addressed.
2 of 7.
They do have a compliance date of December 5th, 2024.
So I'm sorry, there's 2. What was the other one that you haven't confirmed?
The second item is training records. They just need to create training records for all their staff.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Hector. I have no questions for staff. This is President Mason. Commissioners, any other questions? We do have 2 representatives here on behalf of this applicant. I'm not going to try to pronounce these names, so just come on to the podium, state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes once you see the green light.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Larissa Vinitskaya. I'm the owner of the Infinity Medical Alliance.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you speak closer to the mic?
My name is Larissa Vinitskaya. I'm the owner of Infinity Medical Alliance. I'm the retail business seeking annual licenses. I started operating my God, I'm sorry. I started operating Infinity Medical Alliance in 2013. And medical marijuana dispensaries as regional prime 64 legal business in Los Angeles. We received temporary approval from LA Department of Cannabis Regulation in 2017. Over the years, I have built Infinity Medical Alliance of professional, fully compliance businesses and compliance, quality compliance products, establishing industry standard. From day one, compliance has been foundation of Infinity Medical Alliance community is following state of local regulation religiously. With over this case of industry, I have developed an experience and inside the requirement to stay ahead of this industry changing landscape. I have built a dedicated team on compliance management of legal advisor who work closely with me and ensure that we are operating ethically and respectfully despite changes that often come with the industry. Our loyal customers, based on testament to the community trust we have built. For our Infinity Medical Alliance industry staff, cultivation welcome to the supporting environment with the cultivation feel customer feel valuable and informed. We provide clean products, accessible price, and prioritize education, especially for the customer who may need extra guidance. Community engagement is extremely important to me and my team as Infinity Medical Alliance. My team and I are coming to cultivate environment where our customers feel safe and welcome. We sell clean products and most affordable price possible. We also support our customer with the making sure they are informed about the products we'll sell and offering discount to certain group such as veterans or on holidays. We're making point to treat all our customers with the utmost respect. Our store has a lot of community support because of the way we're running our business. As is evidence of this, a couple of customers called into neighborhood council meeting, then we're operating and thank us for the taking care of them. My team and I love our neighborhood and our community, and we plan to continue finding meaningful way to give back to them. In conclusion, I respectfully asking for your support and approve our Infinity Medical Alliance annual license so that we can continue to support and our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm sorry, I'm so
That's okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Jonathan Bohun. I'm a General Manager at Infinity Medical Alliance. And one thing that I want to address first, we also submitted proofs for corrections number, I believe it was 4 and 6, was keeping the record and was specification of the surveillance equipment. We got an official letter from a company that installed it that it contains more than 90 days of storage. And as Commission mentioned before, we install an additional camera. So we believe we submitted proofs for all 7 corrections, and all of them have been addressed.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Farmy. Thank you for that. Thanks for being here. You've addressed it and submitted your documentation, but that is yet to be confirmed. Is that correct, Hector?
We also have all the proofs here, so.
I just wanted to state for the record that Mr.
Hector,
Alikhan did
yeah.
say that was correct. Might not have been audible to everyone.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations.
Commissioner Farmy, no, I think, the letter was issued on the 5th. There's 2 more that needs to be confirmed, and they have until December 5th to do so, so.
This Commissioner Lim, I'm completely in agreement. They moved quickly and adequately and gave proof on a lot of these items, so. And these are all minor citations.
This Vice President Nash, I agree with what Commissioner Lim said, and that it doesn't require a further inspection in order to verify that they've satisfied the deficiencies.
Are we sure? This is President Mason, the surveillance issue, the surveillance tape. Yes, please.
Hector Alikhan, Supervisor for Compliance Enforcement Division. Yes, we have received, just to confirm their statement, that they did provide additional email to our department. I just did receive some from their provider, TCI Engineered Systems, of the upgrade on their security camera surveillance system. And so what I'll have is my staff just to confirm that corrective action. Maybe I'll get to request some screenshots from them they're required to see if they can go back 90 days as well to confirm that. But they were truthful in their statement.
Excellent. Thank you for confirming that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, sounds to me like we can close deliberations and move on to a motion.
Right along, I'll make the motion. Item number 14, DCR Court Record 101811. Applicant Infinity Medical Alliance Incorporated. The business premise is located at 1609 West Loch Ness Place. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
This Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to DCR Core Record Number 101785. The applicant is CAC Venice LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 122 South Lincoln Boulevard, Suites 104 and 105. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do have a raised hand in the queue. Would you like
may
me to call upon
confirm.
phone number ending in 9061? Please state your name and whether you are with a neighborhood council or elected office representative.
Hey, good afternoon. Michael Braun on behalf of the applicant, CAC Venice, along with Council Emily Hackman, who's present in the room.
The president hasn't called on you yet. She will later down the line.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you, President Mason. Good evening. This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101785 is associated with CAC Venice LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 122 South Lincoln Boulevard, Suites 105 and 204 in the Venice Community Plan Area within Council District 11. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 8th, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000183-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 11th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview at the end of licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance Enforcement Division Supervisor. This report is for 122 South Lincoln Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 16th, 2024. A notice to correct has been drafted and has been issued on November 7th, 2024. The 30-day compliance date of December 7th, 2024. Given the fact that the operator just received their notice to correct, I did reach out personally to the operator this morning and spoke with their assistant manager, Maya Valdez, in regards to going over the deficiencies. The deficiencies that were identified during the compliance inspection was one, the first item you see there is related to the DBA that has been removed, as we are not going to require them to register their same entity name. The second item is the display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information does not match the contact information in DCR records. They are required to provide the updated posting via a photo. They're an understanding of that as well. The third item is identification of employee badges. They just need to provide us a photo and documentation that the core number is identified on that badge. The fourth item is a limited access area issue. There was a residential door lock identified on a limited access area. And they need to, from speaking with that assistant manager, they need to reach out, order a new solid core door and the installation of a commercial grade lock on this limited access area. The fifth item is the same as a log. It's just a written log for access to the limited access area. They do have 30 days to meet this compliance. The assistant manager, Maya Valdez, was compliant and gave a good narrative of their corrective action that they will take. However, they have not provided us any corrective action. Please keep in mind, they did receive the notice of correct today.
It was issued today?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Lim. In the complaint portal, it makes reference to a complaint in January of 2020. The complaint was closed in October 23. Should that be 2024? We just have 3 letters in there for the year.
Oh,
The complaints were closed out by our compliance enforcement team. I'm sorry, our enforcement staff. They did close it out October 23rd, 2024, based on the findings and observations of our compliance team.
Okay, so it's 2024.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. For the record, I would like to orally amend the last paragraph under the the paragraph under the compliant portal review, which is on page 2 of the staff report. The last sentence should say, the complaint was closed on October 23rd, 2024.
Thank you, Hector. I don't
thank
think
you.
there are any other questions for you. Okay, we do have a representative present and one on the queue. Hi.
Excuse me. Hello. My name is Emily Hackman, and I'm a representative of the applicant. We also have counsel Michael Grahn to the applicant on the line as well. We do have some photos and demonstrating that we have taken steps already to address the notice to comply, which yes, we did receive today. I can pass those around if that would be helpful. But I just wanted to give a brief overview. So the business is a pre-ICO phase 1 business and has actually been open and a part of the Venice community since 2004. The current operator and owner took over the business in June of 2019. They have done some beach cleanups on the Venice beach over the years and have regularly donated canned food during Thanksgiving time, and as well as conducted toy and gift drives during the Christmas holiday season. The store plans to do both of these activities as well this fall. Every day, the staff conducts a property sweep of their own site, as well as actually the entire block on Lincoln between Commonwealth and Warren. And they do trash pickup and just general property maintenance, and just making sure that the property is clean and tidy for the community. There's 7 employees at the store. And as Hector said, we had a recent inspection on October 16th. Store manager has already emailed some documentation to Fred Ely in mid-October, actually, following the inspection, but we are preparing our formal response to the notice to comply. One of the items was related to the use of the DBA. The store prefers, goes by CAC Venice, not the formal legal name CAC Venice LLC, but we've already filed a DBA to rectify that. That's in progress with the LA County. The neighborhood liaison contact information that is currently in the portal is not what is shown at the store. We actually, prior to the inspection, had filed a modification to amend the contact information in the portal to reflect the current liaison. So that modification is underway with DCR. We've already updated the employee badges with the core record number, and we have photos of that. And then we've had a repair locksmith come to the site and assess that a new door will be needed to be able to house a commercial grade lock. And that is underway, and we expect will be completed within, the 30 days that we have from today to address that. And we also have already posted our limited access area log at that door as well. So, yeah, we're happy to answer any questions, but we are taking the steps to comply as quickly as we can with the notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Farmer, you say you have photos?
Yeah, we do. Can approach.
Yeah, I'm not a judge.
Emily's going to give you some direction on introducing those items into the record.
Oh, sure, give me.
Commissioner Farm, be totally up to you, but if you could, since you are looking at them, please describe the items that that you are reviewing for those who can't see them.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Farmby, page 1 is kind of like an order confirmation on a registrar recorded, is from the registrar of the county recorder's office. Is that correct?
Yes, that's demonstrating that the DBA has been filed.
Page 2 is an application modification request.
Yes, that's right. And that reflects that the new neighborhood liaison information belonging to Brett Terry.
And 2 is the same, and 3 is the same thing.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And then I have a page here with a bunch of IDs. Which is, I'm assuming pertaining to the violation, the citation.
Yes, all IDs now have the core record number
Yeah.
for all 7 employees.
And then there's a document here about the limited access area with the repairman and the facility.
Yeah,
door.
yeah, exactly. Just stating that they've come to the facility and that item is underway.
Okay. And for the record, there's no photo here, but it is and then item number 5 is with the limited access area with a photo of the door.
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else want to see? Yeah.
This is Commissioner Lim, while Vice President Nash is looking at that. I just want to commend you that the NTC was sent out today and it seems like you've already complied or attempted to comply with all of them. So I commend you for that.
Thank you.
And I commend you for the fact that you've been in business since 2004 and still going strong.
Yes. Yes, the business is a staple of the Venice community.
And how, this Commissioner Lim, how long have you been with this CAC Venice?
Our firm represents the company and helps with their compliance and licensing. I have to look at the exact date, but we've been associated with the company for several years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably at least since the current owner took over in
Yes.
2019. Yeah. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We're on to deliberations, if any.
I mean, considering I think at the NOC today and it's already submitting, documentation trying to, showing they're in compliance, I think it's to be commended. And I also would echo Commissioner Lim's, been in business since 2004 and even since 2019, I think also should be highlighted.
Thank you. This is President Mason. I have to say this is a record compliance turnaround, same day
Yeah.
almost. So kudos to you all for that. And thank you for bringing in proof to share with us that you are moving towards compliance. I have nothing other than that to say.
President Mason, would you like to call upon the individual with their hands raised?
Sure. We don't have them.
Why don't we determine who they are first?
Phone number ending in 9061. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Michael Braun on behalf of the applicant. I am their in-house attorney, and I've been with them since 2018, and I don't have anything to add. Ms. Hackman covered everything very well, and we appreciate very much the encouraging comments from the commission. And with that, I'll submit it.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I just want to echo the comments of President Mason and Commissioner Farmby.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to motion.
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 15, DCR core record number 101785 for business located at 122 South Lincoln Boulevard, Suite 105 and 204. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated October 31, 2024 with the oral modification at today's hearing.
This is Commissioner Farmby. Second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 16 is DCR core record number 101757. The applicant is Discount Caregivers to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8053 West Deering Avenue. Mr. Rizzo, are there any Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101757 is associated with Discount Caregivers. This applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 8053 West Deering Avenue in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 3. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st of 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C12-0000022-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through May 22nd of 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During this meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR received one oral testimony from a representative of the business who spoke to the business's commitment to safety and to its community. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview at the end of licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation. For this item, Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Supervisor Compliance Enforcement Division. This report is for 8053 West Deering Avenue. There was a compliance inspection conducted at the location on September 26, 2024. Notice to correct was issued October 22nd, 2024, with a compliance date of November 22nd, 2024. The 4 items that were identified as deficient at the location was: 1, there was no physical changes without approval. Business premises diagram does not show camera placement, so they were required to submit a modification through the DCR licensing, which they have. And we are awaiting payment of this modification and DCR licensing review. The second item is they had outdoor speakers that were identified at the location. Since they have removed and provided confirmation that these exterior speakers have been removed, and that has been confirmed as corrected. The third item is delivery request receipt. Delivery sales receipts do not include the legal business entity name. Since then, they have provided confirmation and corrected that deficiency through our compliance inspection team. The fourth item is the delivery fleet information and delivery vehicle placard. Since then, they have provided confirmation and have received that delivery placard. So the one remaining item is the review and completion of the mod that was submitted on October 23, 2024, just to identify the camera locations on that business premises diagram.
Thank you. I have no questions.
This is Commissioner Farmy. Hector, when you say the delivery receipt, are you talking about the actual name on the receipt is required?
Yes, there's certain requirements that need to be on this delivery sales receipt. So at that time, they were missing the business entity name on that receipt. So they just revised their POS system to include that and showed us confirmation that it has been corrected.
There's Commissioner Lim. In regards to the diagram of the business premises, they submitted to you the revised diagram, but you haven't approved it and they haven't paid the fees yet, correct?
That is correct. They
Okay.
submitted an updated business premises diagram to our licensing team.
Thank you. Vice President Nash, any
I
questions?
have no questions.
Okay,
Thank
thank you so much. We do have one representative present on behalf of the applicant.
Hello, everyone. My name is Akash Patel. I am the CEO of Discount Caregivers located at 8053 Deering Avenue in Canoga Park. Thank you for the opportunity to present our annual retail license application. This license is a crucial part of our micro business, which includes retail, cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. I'm here today to express our full support for this application. We've proudly served the Los Angeles community since 2007. We have first registered with the city as one of the original operators. We've dedicated the past 17 years to meet the needs of our community and adapting to changes in regulations. We also do have 24-hour security at our premises for those 17 years. Our team remains determined to stay informed about regulatory updates and promptly address any necessary adjustments. We're committed to following this process carefully and supporting the well-being of our community. In addition to our business operations, we prioritize accessibility with 31 parking spaces, including 2 handicap designated spaces. We're also active in our community, participating in toy drives, food pantries, and contributing to the Good Karma Group, which distributes foods and supplies to those in need. Moving forward, we are eager to continue working closely with the regulatory agencies to ensure full compliance with all requirements for commercial cannabis businesses. Thank you for your time and considerations for this application.
Thank you for being here. 17 years, congratulations.
Thank you.
He has a question.
Thanks, brother. Commissioner Farnby, 17 years, you wasn't a part of the social equity program.
No, I opened it up in 2007 and been the original owner since then.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners? No, I have none. Again, this is President Mason. Congratulations on your longevity and thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
We are on to deliberations. if any?
3 down, 1 to go. So, and looking at what Hector reported on, so I don't have any issue.
No. None here.
Me neither.
No.
Okay, then let's have that motion.
Item number 16, DCR core record number 101757. The applicant is Discount Caregivers. The business premises is located at 8053 West Steering Avenue. I move a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. I'm gonna go off script for just a moment. I'm looking at the calendar and I realize that we will not meet again before Veterans Day. And so if there are any veterans in the room, I just want to say thank you for your service.
Absolutely. Commissioner Farm, I echo that.
We are on to item 17, DCR core record number 100045. And the applicant is Nature's Natural Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 9021 West Exposition Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then we will move to staff.
This is licensing analyst Megan Blom. I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100045 is associated with Nature's Natural Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 9021 West Exposition Boulevard in the West Los Angeles Community Plan Area within Council District 5. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001151-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 30th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application and also able to submit written input online through the date of the community meeting. One public comment in favor of the application was provided by the CEO of the company. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide their review after licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation on this item, and compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Hector Alicon, Compliance and Enforcement Division Supervisor. This report is for location 9021 West Exposition Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 25th, 2024. A notice to correct was issued November 5th, 2024, with a compliance deadline of December 5th, 2024. During the inspection, the following deficiencies were identified. There were 7. First one is display of license. Neighborhood liaison contact information is not prominently displayed. They need to prominently display that neighborhood liaison sign at the exterior of the property. Identification of badges. The badge just did not have the core record number identified on the badge. The third item is surveillance system location. The camera placement did not allow for the recording of facial features of any person purchasing and selling cannabis or cannabis goods. Fourth item, this video surveillance minimum recording of 90 days was not confirmed. The fifth item is the required alarm system permit was not present at the premises during the inspection, the LAPD alarm permit. The sixth item was record retention. Employee identification numbers were not kept within personnel records. They just need to confirm that. And the seventh item is prohibited activities. There was a pool table identified in the lobby of the building. As a result of this notice to correct, the operator did reach out to us and sent us an email November 5th, 2024, 2 days ago, to identify corrective action of the following. The display of license, they did confirm with the photo, and we did confirm that as corrected. The second item, identification of employee badges, was confirmed as corrected with that email as provided photo. The retailer, the camera placement, they provided screenshots of the camera surveillance system to confirm facial recognition at the point of sale. Number 5, which is the LAPD alarm permit, they provided a copy of the paid and submitted LAPD alarm permit. The sixth item, record retention, they did provide documentation of the employee identifications numbers provided on those personnel records. And they did provide confirmation via photo that that pool table has been removed. So 6 of the 7 items have been corrected. They are working with their system provider to obtain the 90-day minimum requirement for their video recording.
Thank you. This is President Mason. What is the issue with the pool table? I'm just curious.
So one of the requirements is not to have any entertainment on the interior, just like special events or anything of that nature. If there should be any gaming or any systems in there, it may allow for, say, loitering or people not leaving the location. And it's a retail spot. Go in there, make your purchase and leave. So if there's video games, dartboards, basketball games or anything of that nature, we require them to be removed out of the lobby area or the people that are the patrons.
Oh, wow. So no
There
entertainment.
should be
at
no
all.
entertainment.
No flat screen TVs, none of that.
I mean, they may have screens up like this, showing their, their videos or something of that nature. But yeah, anything that may lead to people loitering, that stuff, we try to deter from that.
Interesting. Well, it's loitering with no consumption, but that's interesting. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, 17. We do not have a speaker card. Is there someone on the queue?
There are no raised hands in the queue, but I believe the applicant is here in person.
I have 16, and then I have 18, 19, 20. I do not have 17. Rocky did not give one to me, so can we just have him complete another one, please? Okay, we have the card. It just doesn't have an item.
Doesn't have
It's incomplete. Okay, thank you. Okay, you may approach. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Jay Handel, here representing Nature's Natural, CEO, CFO, and an operator. First of all, as far as the compliance issues, actually all 7 were submitted on the email. You should have an email, a picture of the email copy from the systems person showing that it has now been reprogrammed to make sure it is 90 days. I made sure that all 7 issues were made compliant within 24 hours of me receiving that letter. So that should be taken care of. And again, it's in that email that I sent to compliance. So as far as Nature's Natural goes, that's a location that's been there a very long time. It's a long-standing business. It's kind of the same speech I gave the last time and the time before. You know, we do about 500 people a day. We pay very well. We have 24-hour armed guards. We don't have any problems. We interact with Pacific Division all the time for crime in the area. We've actually been working with the assembly member and the council member on some homeless issues right up the block from us that have been very dangerous for the housing and businesses around us. And we've actually got it all cleaned up and got some people into housing. I'll remind the commissioners who were here, and for the president who wasn't here the last time I was here, you know, I'm the former treasurer of the Venice Neighborhood Council. I am the current treasurer of West LA, and I'm the former chair of Downtown Culver City, which makes that whole area very intimate to me because we helped build downtown Culver City into what it is. And we hope to be able to take this store, which we took over, I guess, about 1.5 years ago, something like that, which was doing about $6,000 a day, to now where we're doing a nice 5 figures and bringing in hundreds of people in the community and doing all the same things everybody else does: veterans discounts, senior discounts, medical discounts, the whole bit. You know, we market it like we do our other stores, and we see this store as being yet one more very successful store in the group that we have. Having said all of that, unless there's questions, I don't want to waste a whole bunch of more time for you guys because it's late. And I know you all want to go home, as do I.
We're not even close. but
Yeah,
thank
well,
you.
I got a 7 o'clock dinner date in Orange County, so you figure out how I'm going to make that one.
You'll get there for dessert.
Maybe late happy hour. Thank you all.
This is President Mason, and you actually didn't need to introduce yourself. I'm from the neighborhood council system, and your reputation precedes you.
Well,
And
thank
thank
you.
you for your service.
Thank you so much.
You're
I've been
welcome.
around way too long.
Yeah. Any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. I was impressed very much by your presentation last time. And again, just congratulations on running a successful, profitable, compliant business.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that also. It's nice to hear a success story after hearing all these other dispensaries.
So I got a motion, a second. So all in favor of me being a nice guy? Oh, sorry, that's that neighborhood council thing doing it again. Thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Commissioner Farmby? Thank you.
I have nothing. Wait for the motion.
Okay.
I'll do the
okay,
motion.
Okay,
go
we're not deliberating? Okay, motion.
Regarding item number 17, DCR core record number 100045 for the business located at 9021 West Exposition Boulevard, I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated October 31, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, item 18. Congratulations, Mr. Handel. Item 18, DCR core record number 100025. The applicant is Harbor Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 11307 West Van Owen Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Thank you. This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100025 is associated with Harbor Caregivers, Inc. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 11307 West Van Owen Street in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 5th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C12-0000361-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 9th of 2025. This applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting, and DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this application. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division will provide their overview after licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project as categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance and Enforcement Division Supervisor. This report is for location 11307 West Van Owen Avenue. A compliance inspection was conducted on May 16, 2024, and a notice to correct was issued on August 20th, 2024, with the deadline of September 2024 to meet compliance. There were 2 deficiencies identified during the compliance inspection. The first deficiency was related to the exterior conditions, weeds, debris, and trash. The second item was related to the owner not having training records available to be provided to inspection staff upon request. At present, I did reach out today to the property owner, or I'm sorry, the licensee, Mr. Shamirian, to get corrective action. He did provide me an email of that corrective action, and the email provided an exterior photo showing the clean premises, no graffiti, no weeds, no trash, no debris. The second item he did provide was a screenshot of his training records of each employee and the training that they have been conducted and completed. Those were the 2 items. He did provide confirmation today, and I'm going to advise and instruct my compliance inspector to remove those and progress the location to inspection passed.
Okay. Good enough. Any questions for staff? Thank
And
you,
just
Hector.
Commissioner Lim, when you said weed, I'm assuming you're referring to the dandelion garden.
Vegetation,
The
overgrown
vegetation and not the
vegetation.
cannabis weed.
Yes.
Okay.
No flower growing on the exterior of the location.
Just for clarification.
Said
Thank
Mr.
you.
420.
Any
Thank
further
you,
questions?
Hector. Any other questions for staff?
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant.
Everyone.
Run, don't walk. No.
Vic Shamirian, on behalf of Harbor Caregivers. I am a former Marine and I do own and operate the store myself. In my defense, it actually was not weeds, that was the building next door. But we did decide to, provide pictures, of a clean storefront. So if you guys have any questions, I'm open to it.
What, this is Commissioner Lim, what is your parking situation?
We have 4 spots in the front. We also have 8 right next to the building on the side. And also I have the cultivation building next door, which is basically there's an alleyway. So they can park over there. There's about 40 spots. So we have plenty of spots for parking.
Were you aware that in April of 2020, there was a complaint in the complaint portal about from a surrounding business saying that you were using their parking space and blocking the entrance to their business?
Negative. I am.
Were you
wasn't
aware of that complaint?
I was not aware of that. And we've had plenty of spaces to park right next door, which is the actual cultivation. So we don't really have a reason to park anyone else's, or block their business. And in reality, we don't really have any other businesses next to us that's that the customers can block because we have fence and it's really inconvenient for anyone to park next door and walk to the store. Whereas on the right side of the building, we have 40, open spots. I don't really see. We were doing real well in 2020, so we had a lot of haters.
That's a good problem, I guess.
Yeah, I wish we still had that problem.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
This is Mr. Farmer. You have cultivation and type 10? You have retail as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What's the square footage?
For the separate cultivation or the one that's attached to this license?
The one that's attached to this.
Overall building is 13,000 square feet, so about 6,000 is the storefront, remainder is the cultivation.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you for being here. And again,
Thank you all
for your service.
Appreciate it.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Thought so. Motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 18, DCR core record number 10025 for business located at 11307 West Van Owen Street. I make a motion, we adopt the staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Oh, aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 19 is DCR for record number 10004. And the applicant is Los Angeles Industry Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5158 to 5160 West Venice Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you. This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 18. My apologies. Oh, yeah. 19, correct? Thank you. I present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 1000004 is associated with Los Angeles Industry, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5158 through 5160 West Venice Boulevard in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Lamert County Community Plan Area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 30th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C12-000060-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 11th of 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One written comment provided by an operator of the business was in favor of the application. The comment cited on how they ensure to operate in compliance with regulations and that they are good neighbors and help in keeping the vicinity clean as possible and have their own gated parking. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance Enforcement Division Supervisor. This report is for location 5160 West Venice Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 11th, 2024. A notice to correct was issued on October 29th, 2024, with a compliance deadline of November 29th, 2024. There were 8 items that were identified as deficient during this compliance inspection. The first item is the display of a license, which is the neighborhood liaison contact information was not prominently displayed for the public at the exterior of the property. The second item required a modification to be submitted based on deficiencies with their business premises diagram. They just needed to update the business premises diagram with camera locations. The third item is security surveillance storage device was not locked in a secured area. The media storage device and surveillance equipment is currently stored in an accessible closet without a door. Additionally, the equipment is not stored in a locked box to prevent from theft or tampering. The fourth item is security plans, standard operating procedures for investigation of suspicious activities and deter theft or loss. They were not provided upon request. The fifth item is the signs need to be posted for no loitering, public drinking, or public smoking consumption of cannabis was not posted on the premises. Sixth item is there are no procedures in place to notify DCR in writing of a criminal conviction rendered against the licensee. Number 6 and 7 are more along the lines of notifying DCR in regards to any type of activity or criminal action that has taken place. So that's going to be removed because it's something that if it shall happen, they just need to know that this is a process they need to follow and inform us. Okay, so they don't need to necessarily have it in their written security plans. Most individuals do have it, but it's just a requirement that they are required to notify us of any criminal convictions or arrest. So their acknowledgement of that is enough. The 8th item is record retention. Employee training records are not maintained. As a result, we did get confirmation from my compliance inspector that the following items have been confirmed as corrected. The first item, they did correct the neighborhood liaison sign and provided confirmation. The second item, they did submit a mod recently, yesterday, November 6, 2024. They just need to go through the process of paying the fee and getting it reviewed by our DCR licensing team. The security measures, which is the video surveillance storage equipment, has been confirmed as locked and sufficient. So that has been confirmed as corrected. The fourth item is providing an SOP for investigative suspicious activities. They did provide a document to include that language, and my compliance team has confirmed that as corrected. The fifth item is they did confirm the posting of the no loitering, no cannabis consumption sign on the exterior. So that has been confirmed as corrected. And 6 and 7 is going to be removed as their acknowledgement is enough. And the 8th item is record retention. They did provide a document in providing employee training records. So 7 of the 8 items have been addressed. They're just waiting DCR licensing review of that submitted business premises diagram.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just hope that a year from now, we won't be hearing about neighborhood liaison signs missing and employee ID badges missing a core record number because they're on repeat in
Yes.
2024. So hopefully that trend stays in 2024. Any other questions, comments for staff? Okay, thank you. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Go on down, Mike Sagan.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good
Hope everyone's
evening.
doing well. Mike Sagan, licensing consultant for Los Angeles Industry, Inc., DCR core record 1000004. This business is located at 5160 Venice Boulevard. They are on the south side of Venice Boulevard, which is basically all commercial buildings. There's some residents behind them, but they have great rapport with all their neighbors, and there hasn't been any complaints from them. They have their own parking lot. There's 7 total spaces, and they also have 24/7 security personnel on site. They also have a business bank account, so there's never excess cash on site. And as Hector mentioned, we've submitted all the required corrections that were on the notice to correct. I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Farmy, you have 24/7 personal security officers on site?
Correct.
How many?
Overnight, there's 1, but during business hours on peak hours, there's 2.
This is President Mason. Do you assist them with compliance as well?
Somewhat.
I'm just surprised that one of yours missing, having faulty badges or neighborhood liaison signs missing.
So yeah, interestingly enough, this is a pre-ICO and the initial owner is not the current owner. So I wasn't with the initial owner. The new owner is who hired me to do their licensing work.
Okay,
So the new owner's info is posted on the gate as requested.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, commissioners?
To touch up on that, the reason why a lot of people don't have the neighborhood liaison sign is because, or the badges, is because the EMMDs, the records that start with a 1, they didn't go through an initial inspection. So some of those little things that the later applicants have to go through and they have in place, the EMMDs might not.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. I don't have any other questions.
Right.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we do, no, that's it. Deliberations,
Nothing for me.
motion,
This is Young Lim in regard to number 19 DCR core record number 1000004 for the business located at 5158 to 5160 West Venice Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 20, DCR core record number 320034. The applicant is PAC or PAC Wellness LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 15444 I'm sorry, 15445 Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
Unfortunately, Commissioner Mason, I do have to advise that we actually continue this item to the next commission meeting due to the fact that the address is not correctly listed on this agenda, which is a Brown Act violation
Violation, yes.
if we were to take it under consideration.
Okay.
So I advise that we continue the item.
Okay, we don't need a motion for that, do we?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to item number 20, for record number 320034, I make a motion, we continue this to,
I defer to the department, but does the November 21st, 2024 meeting work?
Yes, that's what I would recommend.
Okay.
The mail notice and all of the posted notice were done correctly and include the suite number. So the only deficiency that has been pointed out by our city attorney, Ms. Toll, was to make sure that the suite number is properly reflected on the agenda, which we could do before the next meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Lim, if you'd like to continue your motion.
thank you. That would continue item number 20 to November 21, 2024.
This is Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye,
the motion passes.
thank you.
No, I'm sorry, sir. We're not speaking out of turn. Excuse me, sir. This is a public disruption. We're moving on to the agenda item number 21. Commissioner Mason, please proceed.
Item number 21 is DCR Core Record Number 320030. The applicant is San Fernando Retailer LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 12204 San Fernando Road. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then we will hear from staff at this time.
This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320030 is associated with San Fernando Retailer LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 12204 San Fernando Road in the Sylmar County Community Plan Area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on October 19, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001344-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 25th of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at this time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Item 21. We do have someone here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach at this time.
Good evening. How are you guys? Hungry? I did send a presentation. I don't know if you guys got it. And if you want to pull it up, I could just pull it up. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer it. I've been in front of this board before, so.
I'm sorry, please also make sure to state your name.
Bacha Topchian. Thank you.
We did not receive a presentation. Where did you
Did
email?
you
it?
receive it for, I'm also here for item number 26, and it's all collectively on there.
Okay, we do have that one.
Okay, so we could just do a very quick, just kind of fly through it, and if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer it. This is basically our brand. It's called I Lifted, and we just got, oddly enough, I just got notice from Lyft. We can no longer be I Lifted, so that will be changing soon. But this kind of highlights our little portfolio. We have 11 licenses, and if you continue to scroll down, this is kind of the vision behind the retail itself. All of them look very similar to this. It's a very open floor plan, very earth tones, and kind of the Starbucks experience. If you continue to scroll down, we actually highlight every one of our licenses. This is our North Hollywood location. This is our Studio City location, which will be item number 26. This is Panorama City, which I was here maybe a month or two ago for this specific one. And if you scroll down, this is Silmar, which is specifically San Fernando retailer, the one we were here for. This talks about our delivery footprint, which we cover. I think this phone number is what got Lyft excited about us. I was like, if you guys just want to buy the phone number, I could sell it to you. But they felt like we're infringing on Lyft, so I thought it was funny. And if you continue to scroll down, this just kind of talks about our footprint of what we cover in terms of space and about our website and all the cool things that we offer. And all the different deals that we highlighted. We also are fully vertical. We kind of look at it as a whole. So we manufacture. These are some of the goods that we manufacture. We do distribute to other stores as well. A few more of our products. We make chocolates, gummies. Those are kind of our specialties, vapes. Hey, look, we signed Master P. You guys remember this guy? He was pretty cool. You know, I mean, he's a businessman and, you know, he has a face for cannabis. So we explored with him. This is some of his production line. If you continue to just kind of skid through this, we can get to our dinners if you guys want. We did do a lowrider giveaway. Now, I did contact DCR and DCC specifically, explain to them what the process was. And I was given approval to do this. We had Chicha and Chong come out. Master P gave it out, gave it to that pretty little girl right there. She was excited. I offered her some money for the car. She said I wouldn't trade it for $1 million. So it was really cool. And there's Master, well, who is that? Snoop Dogg and some of our customers. And there I am with a mask on when we needed masks on. And that's it. That's, you know, that's pretty much us. We follow all the guidelines, all the ordinance. We keep a very clean operation. You know, I did get a visit from, I think he left already. What was the gentleman's name? Who's been kind of visiting all the stores and checking up, making sure they're staying compliant. What was his name? Hector, yeah. So he came for Panorama City, gave me a pat on the back. He was like, you did amazing, you know. And I think that was their very first stop. So we had one correction, which was there was a speaker outside, which that speaker was directly affiliated with our security system. So we can actually get on the speaker system and say, hey, get away from the building. And they didn't like it. They wanted to remove it. So other than that, you know, you guys have any questions? I'm happy to answer it.
Can we go backwards? This is President Mason. Can we go backwards in the presentation? A couple of slides to the ice cream. Right there. I'm here to tell you that we got lots of commentary about ice cream shop.
Unfortunately, this brand is no longer.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that was kind of like Master P's slogan. He's known as the ice cream shop, and he wanted to bring that brand along. And yeah, this didn't last very long, so we killed it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I would have killed it for you anyway.
Nice media deck. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
I've got no questions.
The, in terms of the business, obviously, we've heard from a lot of retails that have struggling because of the illegal dispensary that's going on. Having so many stores that have, and I'm assuming a vertical integration throughout the whole process. Does that help the economies of scale, having that, or?
No, it doesn't help at all. Actually, last time I was here, I was the one that was talking about, I was on the news talking about landlords, the 30-day law or 30,000 a day law. And it's actually increased. So it's not just like illegal dispensaries that pop up. It's actually smoke shops that are selling mushrooms, gummies, chocolates, all the major brands. So we're like a 40-to-1 ratio now. It's gotten worse. It hasn't gotten better. The fact that we're vertical, the only upside to that is that we can produce our own goods and save a fraction, which generally we pass that fraction on to the customers. So it's not that big of it's just more headaches, really, sadly. But yeah, it's gotten worse. It hasn't gotten better. Being vertical, it's just more headaches. That's how I look at it. Until the business consolidates and bad operators. I talked to DCR, I'm sorry, not DCR, Office of Finance, and they told me they won't really share the numbers with me, but we're projecting like 50% of the business gone in the coming months of retailers. In
50%?
Los Angeles, yes.
15.
They're suffering. They can't pay taxes.
Mhm.
That's, it's a sad thing, but I think until consolidation happens, it's going to be a rough ride. I don't know how everybody else feels, but we're feeling it big time.
15%. I've heard that as well.
Mhm.
Heard that as well. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
We're on to deliberations. There are no deliberations. We're on to the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to item number 21, DCR core record number 320030 for the business located at 12204 San Fernando Road. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated October 31, 2024.
This is President Mason. I second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 22, unless someone needs a 5-minute break. There are no breaks needed. We are on to DCR core record number 310194. Applicant is Libra Crenshaw LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 3681 South Crenshaw Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then we will move on to department report.
This is licensing analyst Megan Bloom. I will present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310194 is associated with Libra Crenshaw LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 3681 South Crenshaw Boulevard in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Landmark Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 20th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001123-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 27th of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One comment provided by a representative of the business who spoke to the store's good relationship with the community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay. The applicant does have a representative present. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Christopher Martinez. I'm the social equity individual of this application. Also the operator as well. I'm there on a day-to-day basis for the most part. I personally have family ties to the area. My parents, when they first initially moved in together, they moved off of Weston Adams, which is not too far from where we currently have our dispensary. They lived there for about a decade in the 80s. It's been a full circle for me to come back and open a business where my parents kind of established themselves. So it's kind of a rewarding experience. I have one business partner. He's also here today. His name is Pedro Ordonez. He has experience operating licensed dispensaries for the past probably 6 years. I also have experience in licensing and compliance. I've helped multiple operators get cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and retail up and going. So him and I have been managing this operation from the initial social equity verification process all the way to now getting here in front of you guys. We also do, again, the day-to-day bud tending, so we get to meet our customers on a one-to-one basis and get to know them. We are self-funded and therefore have taken advantage of the social equity grants, so we appreciate that. We hope that the city can continue to apply for those state funds because our business greatly benefits from it since we don't have any outside investors. It's basically just us and whatever we've saved up for the past years. So we have no access to private funding. It's been a long journey from the initial verification process to our recent opening this past year, and we feel very blessed for the opportunity. We've been open for almost a year now, and my business partner and I have been personally bud tending to our customers and getting to know a lot of them, a lot of the local residents, and getting to know them on basically what they do. It's just really cool to get to know and meet the people that live in the area and have their family roots there too. Our goal as operators is to educate our customers on the holistic properties of cannabis, teach them on how to consume in a safe and responsible manner, and become a reliable source of safe and clean cannabis. We want to be a staple business in our community and feel that we are on our way of doing that. We feel fortunate to be in this position. To be in the position that we are in today and doing our best to have a positive impact in the lives of our customers, business neighbors, and community as a whole. We've humbly asked for the commissioner's approval for our annual license so that we may continue on our goal of being a reliable source of cannabis for our community. I am available for any further questions that the commissioners may have, and I appreciate you guys' time and endurance for being here as well. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you guys.
Thank you for being here. Any deliberation? I'll take the motion.
This is Vice President Ash regarding item number 22, GCR Core Record number 310194 for the business located at 3681 South Crenshaw Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated October 31, 2024.
This Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 23, DCR Core Record Number 310160. Applicant is, that must mean Pineapple Express, but PNPL Express X Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7542 to 7544 Balboa Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310160 is associated with Pineapple Express X Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7542-7544 Balboa Boulevard in the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan Area within Council District 6. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant filed their application on August 10th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001346-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which was recently suspended by the state on October 24th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach at this time, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Cezanne Foray, and I am the social equity applicant. Just a few words about myself. My name is Cezanne Foray, round one social equity applicant. I started this venture about 6 years ago when I partnered with a company called 64 and Hope. They had about 21 social equity partners, and they quickly exhausted all of their funds, and they went out of business in July of 2022, I'm sorry. I then became a free agent and pursued a partnership with Pineapple Express, and we signed a deal in August of 2022. We quickly obtained a location at 7544 Balboa Boulevard, and it was verified as compliant. But shortly after, Pineapple never continued the project. We never got built out. It was just excuse after excuse about why we were delaying. Eventually, they stopped paying the rent. We got into a legal battle with the landlord, which resulted in a $77,000 judgment against all of us. the landlord knew I was a victim as well, and he since has offered me the opportunity to continue the project and sign a new lease. So since then, I've created a company called Bud Diamond, and I've locked in a new round of investors. And as of today, I've terminated the agreement with Pineapple Express. And thank you. Nightmare of experience. And I foresee by the end of this month, I have new partners traveling to LA to sign a new deal and begin build out by November 29th. And we foresee being built out by April 2025. So this is our location. It's a little typo there, but it's 7544 Balboa Boulevard. That's what it looks like right now. I have a construction company that's ready to get in there and get the job done. This is what our storefront will look like once we've been built out. Our proposed business hours, it's a pretty busy area. It's a commuter area going down Balboa. So we plan to open at 6 a.m. And open at 8 a.m. On Saturdays and Sundays. Proposed security plan. We plan to have on-site security during business hours, 24-hour video surveillance, facial recognition of bud tender and customer at point of sale, and also a 90-day backup of footage. Our proposed staff, we aim to have a diverse workforce and we'll practice equal opportunity employment, primarily focusing on hiring local Lake Balboa residents. And we aim to have 20% of our workforce consist of targeted workers. We have a lot of parking at our location, which I love, and ample street parking. We have about 50+ spaces in the rear of our building. So we shouldn't have any issue with neighbors and parking. I've done a lot of courses with the DCR learning system, and I've also attended workshops which actually got me some partnerships and investors. So it's been very helpful getting that help from DCR. And furthermore, I'm also a founder of a run club called Wolfpack Runners. We're based in Studio City. I'm a Lululemon ambassador, so I already do a lot of community work in that area. So we do a lot of fundraisers. We work with Hope of the Valley, which is a homeless shelter. We do toy drives. We just did a candy drive for Halloween. Yeah, so I'm very involved in the area, and I'm looking to do the same with Bud Diamond. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate that either someone has told you about the questions I ask about the social equity program, or you've been listening in.
Yes.
I applaud your perseverance,
Thank you.
first of all, because I remember 64th and Hope.
Yeah.
And I love hearing that the workshops led to partnerships. I think you're the first person that's come before us that's given that testimonial. So that's pretty encouraging. So you're not open. That's very clear.
No, not open.
And then I guess I have a question for staff, though. Did I hear something about the California license?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. The state license has been put in suspense because one, they're not currently operating. And then as the social equity individual applicant stated, it's his intent to go through an entity substitution process, but they don't have temporary approval. So they have to get their annual license before they're eligible to submit that entity substitution. When that entity substitution comes in, they'll submit the documents to us. Once we deem the documents compliant, they'll get their local compliance underway letter, which will enable them to submit a new provisional state license for their type 10 under as Bud Diamond. And then they'll go through our normal application process, and then a recommendation will be made to this committee for that entity. And they'll go through the state's process as well. Thankfully, because this is a social equity individual applicant pursuing the retail activity, they do benefit from SB 51, which enables the state to issue retail licenses to verified social equity individual applicants in applicant entities.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my next question is, because they've severed ties with Pineapple Express, in whose name would this be issued in today?
It's issued in the name of the entity on the application. Our equity modification requirements require at least a 51% equity stake to initiate the modification process. So to the extent that the social equity individual applicant and other owners can make up that 51%, they would have the ability to submit the modification request.
Okay.
But if this Commissioner Lim, but if he severed his relationship with
Right.
Pineapple and the license goes under Pineapple, that could lead to a dispute as to who hold this license.
Well, I'm the CEO of Pineapple Express X. So if I'm signing them off of my company and the license, I'm still technically owner of the company.
So it would just be a conflict with yourself. Got it.
Right.
Okay.
So
You all can work that out.
I can work that out myself. I think so.
This Commissioner Lim, the report states that the applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001346-LIC. Based upon what you said, it seems that that is currently on hold.
We got a notification from the Department of Cannabis Control that they've put the license, the type 10 license at the state level for Pineapple Express 10 Inc. in suspense because they're not operational. So
Would you need to make this Commissioner Lim, do you need to make a oral modification to your report?
I would like to orally amend the department's report to reflect that the Department of Cannabis Control has notified the Department of Cannabis Regulation that the state license is currently on suspense. The applicant does not possess a local license, so they were not operating to begin with, so we don't have any compliance concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lim. I don't have any other questions for you. Does anyone else have questions for the applicant?
No, kudos for your perseverance. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash.
Yes.
You indicated you were involved with a charitable organization in, did you say in Studio City?
Yes.
And what is the name of it?
Wolfpack Runners.
Wolfpack Runner.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You got it.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And deliberations. Okay, motion.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 23, DCR core record number 310160 for the business located at 7542 to 7544 Balboa Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated October 31, 2024, with the oral amendment as set forth in today's hearing.
Commissioner Farnaby, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnaby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to DCR core record number 310139. The applicant is Nicholas Patrick Pringle to approve an annual license for a storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 13741 Foothill Boulevard, Suite 160/170. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor are there any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 24 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310139 is associated with Nicholas Patrick Pringle. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 13741 Foothill Boulevard, Suite 160 and 170 in the Sylmar Community Plan area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 31st, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C1000001471-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 18th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC 10420 for the social equity program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate.
Sorry to interrupt, Marisha. I do have to note that Commissioner Farnby did leave the room. And if he's not present for the presentation, okay. My apologies, Commissioner Farnby. If you're not present for the presentation, you won't be able to vote on it. So we were halting the presentation momentarily.
No, you're fine.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead.
The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay. We do not have a speaker card. Is there someone present on the queue?
There are no raised hands in the queue. Would you like me to make an announcement?
Sure.
If you represent the applicant, please dial *9 to raise your hand. I believe the applicant is here in person, President Mason.
Right. Okay.
Did you submit a speaker card?
Yeah. Where do I press *9?
No, please just.
Sorry, I'm confused.
Sure, if you could just wait a minute for us to get sorted.
I don't have a speaker card. No, I'm wrong. Are you Nicholas Pringle?
I am.
Okay,
Okay.
I apologize.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Nicholas Pringle. I just recently opened a dispensary at 13741 Foothill Boulevard in Sylmar. I'm here tonight to briefly introduce myself and make myself available for any questions you may have. I spent the better part of 3 years working to get this business opened, and through hard work and perseverance, I'm glad to now finally be serving the community. While the staff's report indicate that I did reach out to the neighborhood council and post our meeting notice, I did want to clarify that our outreach was delayed for failure to receive the DCR's notice. So our initial outreach was rejected, and I have since reached out again, and I'm hoping for the opportunity to speak with the neighborhood council about my operations and any concerns they may have. Having been open for a little over 2 months now, I am proud of my staff and our overall operations being able to seamlessly integrate into the surrounding community. The business is located in a strip mall off of Foothill Boulevard, and it is tucked behind a row of businesses, which decreases the visibility and the overall impact on the surrounding community. Our sales have been impacted by multiple black market shops, like really close by, but we are optimistic that the business will continue to grow as it has for the first few months now. We have plans to coordinate a holiday food drive for the local community and to donate time to the LA City Community Fridge Project. Eventually, as we become profitable, we look forward to additional ways we can give back to the community and local organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Jason?
So Commissioner Farmby, you had mentioned that your request was rejected by the neighborhood council. Do you know why?
Yeah, I made it too late. Yeah, the DCR sent us a notice that we should request. I didn't see the notice till like a month later, and by the time I requested it, they said that their meeting was too close. So I sent them, they said send a new request in, I could go to the next meeting.
Okay, and that's set for this upcoming?
Yeah,
next
yeah,
upcoming
and we
meeting?
set that in, yeah.
Okay.
And the neighborhood loves us, really. We're kind of tucked away. We don't bother anyone. We've had no complaints.
Okay, and then you had mentioned you've been open for about 2 months.
2 months, correct.
How you been doing other than the?
It's kind of like one of the last speakers said, it's like there's even more black market stores around us. So it's kind of that's probably the biggest hurdle to overcome is competition, you know. They have quite the advantage, but you know, staying optimistic.
Okay. Best of luck to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Any more questions?
I think
This is Vice President Nash. Do you report the illegal dispensaries to the police?
Yeah, we do. It doesn't really mean, I mean, the DCC is more likely to do something than the local police would. So we do report to them as well.
You've seen the DCC do something?
I've not in my neighborhood, but you know, we talked in the San Fernando Valley area. I have seen them shut a few down recently. It's like whack-a-mole though, to be honest. It's you know, the tobacco shops do it now too. So it's they got a lot on their hands, I'm sure.
Do you get any response at all from the police department?
Not really. They don't. I mean, again, I think they have a lot in their hands just with everything that's going on in the city, but they kind of, I think in general, they put our business category kind of at the bottom of the list of importance, you know. Just kind of the way they act. We've had robberies at different businesses, and they just kind of think it's part of the game, I guess.
Do you know who your lead officer is?
No, not off the top of my head.
You know, I understand it's difficult in getting him to do something, but you should really try to reach out to your lead officer and try to develop a relationship with the police. We found that other operators have found that to be a productive enterprise. So
Yeah,
to the extent you want to, I would encourage you to do that.
I do plan on doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby, you're Nicholas Patrick Pringle.
Correct.
Is that your name of your business?
Yeah, well, I plan on changing it once we get the annual approval. I didn't have the best, I should have put in a corporate name to begin with, but I'm learning as I go. So,
Thank you.
is that all?
that is it.
Okay. Thank
We're-
you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to deliberations.
I don't have it.
Okay. Hearing none, I'll
It's Commissioner Farmby. Item number 24. DCR court record number 310139. The applicant is Nicholas Patrick Pringle. The business premise is located at 13741 Foothill Boulevard. The suite number is 160/170. I move and make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item number 25, DCR Core Record Number 310032. The applicant is MACAPA, Inc., to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2329 West Pico Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 25 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310032 is associated with MACAPA Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2329 West Pico Boulevard in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 1. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 5th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C1000000878-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through September 3rd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project as categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative here. You may approach the mic at this time, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Appreciate your patience and hard work this evening. My name is Alex Leon. I'm the managing partner for our group of MACAPA Inc. Our dispensary is located in Pico Union at 2329 West Pico Boulevard. Today, I'm seeking your approval for an annual license. I'm currently managing partner and operator for our dispensary. We've been operating since September 2022. Over the course of the time, we've made an effort not only to operate our business in an efficient manner, but also integrate ourselves into the community. Within those efforts, we have cultivated working relationships with the Pico Union Neighborhood Council, City Council, and on October 7th this year, they've unanimously, in a 10-0 vote, submitted our letter for support in regards to obtaining an annual license. So I have a copy of that letter here. If anyone would like to see that. We make a conscious effort not only to take, but also to give back to the community. We do multiple events throughout their year, ranging from toy drives to fundraisers, and for the people of Pico Union neighborhood. To give a little bit of background on our group, myself along with our partners, we've been lifelong Angelinos. We operate a total of 8 licenses in the city of Los Angeles with social equity licenses. We also have multiple shops that are scheduled to open in Los Angeles in the coming months. Before we moved to our space in 2329 West Pico, the corner was plagued with crime and issues. Since then, have added 24-hour security surveillance at our location and maintained a safe place for our customers as well as our residents that live nearby. In addition, our partners also own a business, multiple businesses in Los Angeles, including Brick House Boxing Club in North Hollywood, which has been a premier boxing gym in the city and an integral business for the community. Overall, our approach is to run with all of our businesses to run a clean operation while connecting with communities that we live in. In closing, I'd like to say that we appreciate the opportunity to stand here before you and to hopefully get approved for our annual license.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. Question for you. Which of the city social equity programming have you all utilized?
So we've tried to, this is our first attempt to, when we, for our retail license, we've asked if we can get a discount on some of our excise tax relief a little bit. And it was kind of interesting because as we applied, we were told that we were sort of on a waiting list for a little while. And then once we got down to, I think it was September, I think our year anniversary, or I think it was 2 year, or a year, I think it was. It was coming up to the deadline when we submitted our taxes and said, okay, here's the payment. And then once they submitted, they said, okay, now you're approved. So, so I was like, okay, well, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. And better late than never, I guess is the best way to say it. But we stayed on it and we, used our accountant and everybody to kind of keep pushing it through. But it's in effect now and we appreciate all the support.
Very good. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions. Do you, commissioners?
I do not.
Nope.
All righty.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. We are now on to deliberations. Okay, we are now on to the motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 25, DCR core record number 310032 for the business located at 2329 West Pico Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Commissioner Farmy, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to item number 26, DCR core record number 101764. The applicant is Cali Ventures Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 11422 West Moore Park Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Gibray. I will present item number 26 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101764 is associated with Cali Ventures Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 11422 West Moore Park Street in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 23rd, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12-0000146-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 4th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR, the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening again. This is Vacha Topchin. I hear stomachs growling. It's
You
the same
don't.
presentation. Nothing's
Oh.
changed.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions. This is specific to our Studio City location, which is the first, if you scroll down, which is this location right here. It's prime. We have really cool clientele, a lot of celebrities. So it's some unique space. And we're also kind of somewhat in a residential neighborhood. We're surrounded by very expensive homes. So we have to be very, very careful. And I stay very in tune with the community because of it, so that we don't make a lot of noise, and they really do like us. We've provided a lot of extra lighting in that area, so they've been very, very grateful for it. We clean a lot of trash, and then next to us are other businesses. One is like a convenience store, and they like that we have a security guard on premise because things can get a little kind of wild at times. So but yeah, that's pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, I just wanted to tell you, Commissioner Nash, that you asked a question earlier about whether the previous applicant calls the police in his neighborhood. I've contacted the police many, many times, and I've been in touch with one of the actual main cannabis it's head of cannabis enforcement, major violations, or Detective Mike Boyles. And I have him CC'd on all my emails because he requested it, as I contact the city attorney's office to request more information from them why they don't exercise certain laws. And that's Taylor Wagnier's office that I contact. I think that's the correct person. That should be the supervising attorney, Cannabis Law Division.
I'm sorry if are you addressing me or are you addressing? the
Sure, whoever is
commission?
here representing city attorney's office. I've also contacted Dennis Hong's office, or Hong, excuse me. But I could never
So
get an
I'm-
email back or a phone call back. I've sent 40.
There
emails.
is, the Cannabis Law Division is a team of civil attorneys, myself included, who exclusively advise the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Our job is to assist the Department of Cannabis Regulation, authorize licenses for legal cannabis activity. I would just like to be very clear that the city attorney's office is in fact responsible for prosecuting certain public nuisances, which may stem from any LAPD enforcement of illicit cannabis activity. However, that is under the jurisdiction of the criminal branch. We have no association with them, no communication with them. That is for ethical reasons. So Taylor Wagner and the Cannabis Law Division are not responsible, nor do we have authority over legal cannabis enforcement.
There you have it.
This is Vice President Nash. Well, I applaud your efforts and encourage you to continue, and know that a lot of people are working on better enforcement.
I'm hopeful.
Better enforcement in an expeditious fashion.
Because we're going
the key.
extinct.
Yeah,
We're almost done.
yeah. Question for you.
Yes.
What are you going to change your name to?
I have no idea. I bought 1 year. So we'll see.
How much time did they give you?
1 year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what you said. I've got 1 year. Okay. That was my question. I'm just curious.
Something with Uber in it. Get them going.
Okay. You're a troublemaker. Any other questions for the applicant?
Don't have any.
All righty. Thank you for hanging out with us this evening. We are on to deliberations.
Thank you.
Hearing none, we are on to the motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 26, DCR Core Record number 101764 for the business located at 11422 West Moore Park Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Commissioner Farby, a second.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 27. DCR Core Record number 100634. The applicant is Sun Valley Caregivers to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 11000 West Randall Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 27 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100634 is associated with Sun Valley Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 11000 West Randall Street in the Sun Valley Latuna Canyon Community Plan area within Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12000055 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 9th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. Virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment for the application was provided by an owner of the business speaking to the 18 years serving the community without any complaints or issues. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have someone here on behalf of the applicant. Please approach, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
My name is Kagik George Palayan. I'm owner, operator, CEO of Sun Valley Caregivers. Hello, commissioners. Again, my name is George Palayan. Since 2006, I have proudly served as owner, operator of Sun Valley Caregivers. For the past 18 years, we have operated from 11,000 Randall Street, consistently adhering to all the city and state regulations. Throughout our time here, we have maintained a strong record with 0 public complaints or violations, demonstrating our commitment to providing safe access and secure facility. We also have been very proactive in participating with different kind of agencies to walk through our facilities Example of agencies include Los Angeles Fire Department, LA Water Board Sanitation, CDTFA, our neighborhood council, and DCR compliance and enforcement team. In 2017, we went through the Department of Building and Safety and got us a certificate of occupancy for each of our license use. We take pride in health and sanitation and have successfully passed the Department of Public Health inspection and carry a health permit for all our cannabis activities. Our excellent standing with the Los Angeles Office of Finance and California Tax and Fee Administration reflects our dedication to timely tax payments and compliance. We're in good standing relationship with our neighborhood council and council District 6. In fact, we are partnering with a nonprofit of our council District 6 to serve Thanksgiving dinner to 25 underserved families. I'm incredibly proud of our team and their impeccable history. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. I just want to commend you for being in business since 2006.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, hearing nothing else, thank you for being here, for
Thank you.
your patience this
Yes,
evening.
I've been here since 1 o'clock, but it's okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
you were here before some of us. Commissioners, we are on to deliberations. Hearing none, we are on to the motion.
In regards to number 27 DCR core record number 100634 for the business located at 11000 West Randall Street, I make a motion to adopt staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Commissioner Farby, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the vote passes. The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 28, DCR core record number 100630. The applicant is Beach Enlightenment and Compassionate Healing Corporation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1115 to 1117 West 190th Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 28 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100630 is associated with Beach Enlightenment and Compassionate Healing Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1115-17 West 190th Street, Gardena, in the Harbor Gateway Community Plan area within Council District 15. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 8th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12000193-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 17th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 1 oral comment was provided in favor of the application. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Staff, are there any questions thank you so much, staff. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? It's getting late. Okay, hearing none, we do have one representative here on behalf of the applicant. Is someone calling in with you or is it just you?
No, so our, oh, that's really loud. The national compliance manager was here, but he lives in New York, so he had to catch a flight back. So he had to leave. So, my name is Amber Amburn. I'm the market director for California and Michigan. I'm here on behalf of Beach Enlightenment and Compassionate Healing Corporation. We call it Beach for short. It is a dispensary that's located on 1115 and 1117 West 190th Street in Gardena. Oh, we have I forgot, I also made a slide presentation. So this is our storefront. I'll just walk you through it really quickly. The next slide, please. We've been owned and operated since 2018. We actually acquired the business, so it was there previously. Our parent company is called Holistic Industries. We've had no enforcement actions or deficiencies, and we have a dedicated national retail and compliance team that oversees the business, and that was Dan who was here today. Just to speak to the management and the longevity of the people that have been there, Ella, who is my boss, is now the Senior Vice President of Retail, but started when we acquired Beach in 2018. My name is Amber. I've been there for 2.5 years. Like I said, I oversee the market in California, which is only one store now. We used to have 3, and Michigan. Steph is my GM, and she's been there for 8 years. So even before we acquired Beach, and also Rihanna has been there for 7 years. So we've all been there quite some time. The security that we employ is AGS, which is a local business for on-site unarmed guard coverage. They're actually a business that's directly beside of us in the parking lot. Our security department has a multi-layered integrated security solution to protect the facility and personnel. The key elements include access control, video surveillance, burglary monitoring, remote video monitoring, redundancy and backup power with regular testing and preventative maintenance, which we do once a month. Building improvements include, we've renovated the sales floor, the back office, the bathrooms. We installed a new elevator, HVAC system, electrical system, backup generator, doors, and mechanicals. We also have a new security system and alarm system. This is my favorite part, the community activity. So we paid for an additional fence. Not my favorite part, but we have a neighboring business and sometimes our customers are parking in their parking lot. So we paid for a fence to go up in that business parking lot, as well as signage directing customers to only park in our parking lot and not theirs. We did complete a beautification project at the store with a mural on the side of the building. We do also local cleanup days with beach cleanups as well. We do compassionate partnerships with patients and brands, which means if patients require this medicine and they can't afford it, we will partner with the brands to give them a much lower cost, even lower than at cost. We also do charity drives. I was able to actually go to the Harbor Gateway Torrance neighborhood council meeting. And so while I spoke there, I was able to partner with someone who runs the Harbor Gateway Torrance community outreach program. And now we're doing a canned food drive for them for the month of November. And we also do other things like toiletry drives, and there's a veterans department right beside of us who we've also done a couple of drives for as well. Local hiring program. We do strive to hire a team that reflects the community that we serve. Holistic and Liberty has a chief diversity inclusion officer on the leadership team. This year, we've also established a Canada Diversity Collective, which is CDC, to develop and manage employee relationships within groups such as women, people of color, and veterans. Next slide, please. We have a lot of different training programs. I'm actually the person that does the training for the whole I guess, United States, but our whole company. So I do a sales and service training. We also have orientations every Tuesday and onboarding. We use a Cornerstone on-demand platform, so all the training is kept there. We do workplace violence, security training, SOP training, and diversity and inclusion. And then also our whole team has been a part of the UFCW Local 770 union since before we acquired the location. And then something else that I just want to add is our parent company, Holistic, which I mentioned earlier, has been featured in the November 2024 National Geographic magazine, which talks about the revolution of cannabis. So if you read it, you should check us out. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for staying as long as you did. At least one of you got to present before us. Ms. Amber, I do have a question.
Okay.
You did say that in California, you used to be 3 stores, now you're 1.
Yeah.
What happened to the other 2 stores?
Just no profits. So when I came on, we had San Francisco and Van Nuys, and now we're just down to Beach.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there.
So we're learning. So we're learning. I hope you continue to persevere.
Thank you. We have a great company overall.
Commissioners, any other questions?
No, Commissioner Farmer, I appreciate your presentation, very detailed.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. How is Holistic, your parent company, has retail stores throughout the US?
Right.
How would you compare the environment in Los Angeles compared to somewhere else, Michigan, Colorado?
I can speak
New
to
York?
Michigan because I run also Michigan. But do you mean the climate in terms of like business?
Yes, in terms
No.
of, are there?
Threats.
Trap shops?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I would say Los Angeles is much worse. In Michigan, it's not as big of a problem that I've seen while I've been overseeing that market, which has been only about a year.
And do you know how Michigan controls the illegals?
I'm not sure how,
Dispensaries?
no, I know it's like kind of the same process in terms of like you can call and report, but in terms of we're in Detroit and we're also in a place called Madison Heights. We haven't really had a lot of that issue, a little bit in Detroit, but it was very tightly controlled. And up until about 1.5 years ago, Detroit was not rec. It was only medicinal still, even though the rest of the state was rec. So Detroit seems like a place that maybe there would be more pop-up shops compared to Madison Heights, which is more of like a residential area, I guess I would say. But in Detroit, it was just, like I said, very tightly regulated.
So local government there obviously made a decision not to enter into the recreational market.
Yeah.
When it became
Yeah, so it's
feasible or
interesting.
legal in Michigan.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense.
But
It's
now
just-
we're booming.
I thought I read, this is Commissioner Lim, I thought I read somewhere that Michigan's revenue from cannabis now has surpassed California.
You did read that.
I thought I read it in
And-
the LA Times or something like that.
That's not been my experience with our company specifically, but yes, there are many, many licenses. There is a whole round right now that's happening in Michigan. So I think we have about 4 that just popped up just so close to us in Madison Heights that weren't there before. So yes, the revenue has increased, but I would say our business in California in our company and the stores that I run is better in California.
This is President Mason. Now, in Michigan, is there an excise tax or something similar to the excise tax?
There is a tax, but it's not 35%.
What is it? Do share.
I'm not sure how much it is. I'm not
Okay.
sure. And also the cities are different, right? So I think like Detroit's is a lot less than Madison Heights, but I'm not sure what it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're like
guys.
one of the first operator. You are the first to come before us that's represented multiple jurisdictions. And so,
Oh yeah.
that makes you like the magnet for our curiosity.
It's a lot of learning. It's a
at
lot of
the
learning.
end of the day.
But also we're in National Geographic, but it's really just our grow and then a couple of our stores there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we are on to deliberations, if any. I didn't think so. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 28, DCR core record number 1000630 for the business located at 1115-1117 West 190th Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are down to item 29, DCR core record number 100027. The applicant is City Compassionate Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2235 East 7th Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
There are no speaker cards or any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray. I will present item number 29 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100027 is associated with City Compassionate Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2235 East 7th Street in the Boyle Heights Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 29th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000 C10-00000573-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 19th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 2 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, you can, sitting so far away from us like we bite. The nerve.
It was a full room when I sat down. And now it's just me. I like that. Arthur Hodge, and I'm the authorized agent for City Compassionate Caregivers. Thank you for your time here this evening. I appreciate everyone staying late. I'm going to try and be brief. This is a pre-ICO business. I've been involved with it since 2015 with its original owner, Dengane Jackson. He then transferred the business to Jesse Sanchez, who later, he's still our CEO. He's a retired Los Angeles Police Department officer. And with his background in law enforcement, everything has been a top priority to keep in compliance. We've had numerous times where the state regulators, Cannabis, CDPH, and DCC, or BCC as it was, came and used our facility as a training grounds for their other agents to show them what a compliant facility looked like. They were glad to see that it was fully vertically integrated and they could see all the aspects of the activities in use. We've been proud to kind of be leaders in that. excited to get the annual license now. We're located right off the 101 freeway at 7th Street. You've probably seen the building. If you come into town on 7th, there's a big black building there with a circle on it. That's us. We've been there since 2017. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
What does your CEO have to say about enforcement?
He's, well, it wasn't on his map when he was in with the LAPD. There was no legal cannabis. I was referred, actually, we had an incident, and there is a cannabis team or staff at LAPD. And I was just given the card for someone at Newton to contact for a situation. So LAPD is responsive. I don't know what they can do really to complete the job of wiping out all of the illegal operators. It's difficult, I think, to identify them. But Mr. Sanchez is proud to be in the industry now, and his son-in-law has taken over controlling the business, Patrick Stad, and his company Perennial, and they're the pioneers behind the Cure Company. You may have seen their brand around, and they're proud to be operating in LA as a home base.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you for your time
Okay.
this evening.
Thank you. We're on to deliberations. And we are on to the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 29, DCR core record number 100027 for the business located at 2235 East 7th Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated October 31, 2024.
Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 8:48 p.m. and this meeting is now adjourned.
The latest.